And all right, this looks very huntery. I hope they won't both discard the evidence from the start. There's additional huntery sites, so there's additional reward they're not aware of if they pick hunters, but that's a one order improvement. That's a one order improvement. That's a one order improvement. That's four growth and 20 food in a single improvement. That's very huntery. We'll see what they decide to go for. And Cliff is on the other side of the map this time, so obviously same start. While our players are picking, alright, so they're going back to the same, an educated schemer Roman. So, alright, no trapping, so no growth from the beginning, no use for the orders. So, I don't want to insist on that too much, but it's good to not be too set in one thing you want to play before you even see the map, because maybe you don't want hunters, but you want trapping with such a start, I would say.
So yeah, it's an interesting looking map. So we've got a city site right in the centre. There's a Numidian camp on the island in
Oh
the middle of
yeah,
the inland sea.
on what an island!
Otherwise,
It's a
there are
beautiful
no
one.
central sites. But we do have two fairly close flanking ones on the shore on either side. Danes up the top and Numidians down the bottom.
Yeah, quite a bit of goals in the southeast. Quite a bit of a few goals, but not too many in the southwest. Only two sides versus four, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that is correct. The rest is sprinkled with the Numidians. Two barbarian sides to their north, one to their south, one to their north. More goals in the north. So there are goals a little bit everywhere, it seems. Yes, on the other side of the map too. And Danes occupy the center north of the map. A little bit of mountains, no too many obvious choke points, apart from, of course, the sea that will channel our player around one way or another, unless they go full on naval to surprise our opponent. And yeah, okay. Klass changed his mind and decided to pick Hatti. I'm pretty sure Hatti doesn't start with trapping, so I'm not sure I'm in love with that. Um, I will blame Scientific, just because they both picked landowners, so I will assume they've been brainwashed by the landowner propaganda and find themselves applying it not entirely correctly, but I'm sure we'll see something interesting. I see some early chopping without even using their wire. They haven't appointed their steadfast schemers this time, so I would assume they are destined to become a general. And haven't used their walker yet. He's found a barbarian site, so I assume he will move his wire in that direction and appoint his leader as a general. But we'll check on them in a few seconds.
So yeah, Hattie has bought orders this turn. Rome has decided not to, even though he's got the schema, so he could do. But it looks like he decided he didn't need to do that, which is fair enough. Leader on the warrior, if they got any good governor candidates, they've got a judge they could put in as governor, but the stats are not great and they're intolerant. So not a super enticing governor candidate for Rome.
Yeah, I mean, educated is not exactly a combat trait, but he's starting with his 6 wisdom with a plus 25% critical, so that's quite decent. I would love it even more if he had focus as an option on his wire, but that will help, and that will be early XP on their leader as well. So I can get behind that. And the science multiplier as governor on the city is not as relevant early on. The city is not producing much science at all. If we look at the breakdown, most of the science they have come straight up from the character, no matter where they are assigned, and the rest is assigned to the difficulty, so something they will get no matter what, and competitive mode, which is an option that accelerates research independently of the wisdom of characters to flatten a little bit the landscape, so that just character wisdom is the main criteria at this point.
Yeah, I was just saying, ancient ruins are on, which is possibly a mistake, possibly not. We have had a few issues with settings not being quite as desired, so it's possible they agreed to have ancient ruins on. It's possible that was just a mistake. We don't know.
Yeah, I will check the chat history at one point. I think they mentioned it earlier and agreed upon the setting, but I do not
Okay,
know.
fair
I,
enough. Let's not mention it now and trigger another restart.
no, 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 no. I'm fine with it, and we'll see what they do with that. So that's
Hatti landowner is buying tiles already. He's bought over to the wheat there and started a farm, which seems quite a nice build.
definitely.
The growth resources online early.
And they might get a farmer on top, which yeah would be the obvious with landowner, and start to grab this fur. It's not like they have a hunter family around that could make better use of it, and
Yeah,
dealing with these barbs as well.
neither nation have trapping, so they can't immediately make use of those camp resources, which is a little bit of a shame. Uh,
It is slightly surprising to me that none of them identified the camp resources. So of course, that's not game breaking or game decided in itself, but it's something to note. And adapting your pick of nation according to a starting tech is sensible. So I acknowledge that I typically know them by heart, so it's easy to say, and it's not the case for all our players. So going through the full pick of nation if they feel under pressure to pick and start the game might explain some of what we see as well. I am, however,
so
amused that we rehosted to enable duplicate nation for players to opt out of duplicate nations.
yes, indeed. Well, different starting choice, but anyway, I see Rome has managed to get a crit against the barbarian camp with their warrior just now, so that 25% educated trait paid off. They are still not going to clear the camp before it respawns, unfortunately, but yeah, they were just a little bit late in getting out to start clearing there.
Yeah, they opted with their worker to go for an early farm to compensate for the food cost of having citizens, which is more sensible, which is more perceivable as landowners because you start directly with 3 citizens, which is a perk, but comes with some food upkeep. And in this case, where there's no growth resource you can uh, use from turn one, is more significant. Uh, but
Yeah, and of course they both have landowners, so Rome could
mhm.
be buying out that wheat as well if they wanted to, but they haven't chosen to do that as yet.
Yeah,
See if
indeed. So
they
they've
follow
been,
suit.
yeah, a bit more forward, I would say, in this direction of camp clearing and implicitly expansion on Hatti side, which I think I like. I would say that if opting for a C map or a map with which puts some importance on naval logistics, finding where the coast is and finding a spot there somewhat early is typically decent, not an absolute priority, but decent. At least as Hatti can improve the pasture resource, the horses directly. So he's doing that, getting horses in Atusas. It will be a little bit more order. Will get him a leg up if he wants to aim for funding Judaism. And he's going for trapping as his second tech quite rapidly. Actually, he's done with it, and he will have been barely slowed down by not starting with it in his capital improvement.
And he's picking spoked wheel as his next tech, so that's quite an
Ooh.
aggressive pick. Going straight for chariots, probably eyeing up the free heavy chariot that he can get off spoked wheel. That should be interesting.
Yes, that sounds
Um,
rushy already.
yeah, not wasting any time. We're seeing Klass, as we saw in his first game, he's extensively using the schema by orders. He's used it 3 times already on by turn 5, so I imagine that will continue. I don't see much. He's got 207 wood. Yeah, I guess he has been chopping a fair amount of wood.
He's been chopping some wood, I think, in the tiles immediately south of his city on the first turns, until I assume he got enough to sell and get the money. He has decent money at the moment, and could buy the tiles to get to the wheat and do something else with his worker, presumably. He started turn 1 by shopping with his warrior, so...
We haven't covered the wonders yet, have we? Is that worth a peek and seeing what's available?
Certainly was a peak. So we have the Hanging Garden, the Jerwan Aqueduct, the Necropolis, the Ishtar Gate, the Lighthouse, the Apadana, the Mausoleum, the Acropolis, Colossus, the Museum, the Cothon, the Hagia Sophia, the Colosseum on the board. What jumps to you, my good Fluffy?
Well, good question indeed. Ishtar's always fun, of course. Klass built that in his first game, or tried to, was certainly working on it before his opponent surrendered. If he's going for a massive expansion, then that's a lot of developing cities, lot of culture level of events, could be quite fun. Lighthouses may be interesting. There's quite a few sea resources in this inland sea here, although it's going to take a little while for them to fully exploit that.
Yeah.
Apdana always good, Museum always good. Yeah, some interesting choices there.
Yeah, I'd agree that they are the most striking one. To me, at first glance, anyway. I wonder if the Cothon, if you can rush a strong city on the coast,
Oh,
could prove decisive.
yes, yes.
But
A
yeah,
Kothon, yeah, getting triremes to anchor all the way across that inland sea very quickly would give you a massive advantage in mobility. Striking deep into the enemy territory, that could work very well indeed. I like that.
yeah, I don't see obvious spots to gain high culture city on the coast, however, so the map doesn't really lend to that. With hunters on the three fur, that would be super achievable. Without hunters, still doable, but probably a bit tougher, or subject to luck if you find a pathfinder to assign there or something like that. But that would mean need some dedicated play to achieve for sure. So maybe not the most obvious one, but a trireme or two if the game lasts 10 turns longer can be quite a nasty surprise indeed. Especially if you're lucky with the promotion picks offered. But yeah, I'm not sure we'll see any of that. That would be a very direct investment, and if your opponent is expanding inland, it's not that clear that you will be able to make it pay quickly enough. You will be able to move to displace your army quicker, but you will still have a ways to go, and you cannot surprise as easily if your opponent's cities are not coastal.
Interesting, right? So Hattie just had an event where they could have chosen 2 scouts or got, I believe it was 75 science. They've gone for the extra scouts. So Hattie is having a scout explosion now. They're really going to be able to use all those extra orders to
Oh.
absolutely go everywhere on the map. Interesting choice. I think I would have rather had the science myself, but I can definitely see the extra scouts as a play. They're going to be useful.
Yeah, I definitely like the scouts, but in this case where we are fighting in a duel, relatively close quarter, or even no quarter. The sorry about that one. Yeah, 75 science is returns of research. That means you get to spoke to his returns earlier. You can make chariots returns earlier. They will reach your opponent's returns earlier. So anything you can do to accelerate the blocking point for your strategy. Here, if you're going chariots, do it hard. I would probably have picked the science, but I can definitely see a point for the scouts. It's hardly a poor play, and maybe it's just straight up better if you can make up the legitimacy with it. I'm not sure. I would instinctively pick the research indeed.
So we're just to recap a little bit. So Hattie has picked Riders as their second seat. Rome has gone Champions. Hattie is working on 2 settlers now with their 1 starting warrior, which does feel a little bit ambitious, but it might be nice to see another military unit. Rome is working on another warrior. Of course, they've got the extra militia as well from their Champions found and the settler. So that feels a little bit more, a little bit safer, perhaps, a little bit less risky on whether you can actually clear a settling camp. Of course, Hattie has the schemer leader, so they're possibly relying on that to clear very quickly with their schemer warrior. They can do 8 damage to that ghoul camp, so they can clear relatively quickly. but not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I,
still
I,
going to take some damage there, certainly.
I will note that the Roman skimmer has become miserable, so that's minus 20%
Ooh,
order per city. So of course, most of his orders at this stage of the game are not coming from cities. There's zero point 0.2 from Roma, so it's not diminished by much. But still, that's not a great trait. That's the minus courage hurts him on the civics as well, and makes his warrior not as strong. Minus courage 2 as a skimmer, so yeah, not the luckiest trait or event. I'm not sure what happened, but that's a bit unfortunate. He's been
quick.
harvesting some fur with his scouts, so might ramp up culture decently quickly.
So, quick order buying count. Hatti has now bought orders 5 times compared to Rome's 2. So, Hatti's continuing or Klass continuing their rapid order buying. Yeah, burning through that legitimacy, but probably going to make it up with exploration. They've already got 10 legitimacy from naming landmarks. So,
Indeed,
that's certainly going to
indeed.
help. Klass's leader has become cursed, which is unfortunate. Not what you want to see. And he's got his wife has become timid. Yuck.
Cursed versus miserable. Interesting. I don't know what the game is trying to tell us at the moment.
A miserable gambler, at least. Rome's leader has got the bone dice, so he can do some gambling if he wants to. He probably doesn't really have the orders to do anything with that at the moment.
Yeah, he declared war instantly on the goal, so that will be one extra order per turn for sure. He's up to 40 legitimacy, which is more important than what, by far than what his cities are producing, and so than the miserable trait and strictly the order protection. Miserable is also bad for your charisma, but
Yeah, interestingly, we're seeing Hatti is up to 52 legitimacy despite having spent more. So yeah, it's definitely paying off. He's got the Explorer cognomen, so that's giving him a decent boost there.
yeah, spend more to get more. Very good. Doesn't always work that way. It is possible to overspend legitimacy. It's way harder to do with orders and skimmers and with buying mercenaries with orators for many reasons. Because the cost of buying mercenaries scales up. Because you're tempted to buy your enemy mercenaries, which are more expensive, and because you can buy multiple ones a turn. So at least because you can only buy orders once per turn, there's some kind of limits. But for those who like to wonder about what we were thinking, originally this ability was one legitimacy for 5 orders, but was repeatable. You could buy as many orders as you wanted in a single turn, and that was utterly broken.
So yeah, of course, interestingly, another factor in Hatti's buying orders and exploring more is they've met more tribes. They've got 2 unafraid of tribe bonuses compared to Rome's 1, who has only met the Gauls so far. So yeah, they're seeing way more of the map than Rome has.
Yeah, I'm surprised they have 2 unafraid of tribes and 3 tribes at war. So that's the war that was declared later or otherwise. It is quite common to get wasn't afraid of tribe kind of event on meeting them, but it's not automatic. You can have other events that do not provide you with an option to declare war for 6 legitimacy. So slightly unlucky there, but a strong play with his skimmer strength.
And hello, welcome to the stream jams. Good to have you here. Twitch being glitchy, unfortunately, not ideal.
Yeah, I wanted to take a little bit of time to salute and welcome other viewer who joined. So hello Sibang, hello Aristo, Emergent Scion, hello Aran. Let's start emergency enemy. I do not have. I cannot really afford to read all the messages. But hello everyone, I hope I'm not missing anyone. But very happy to have you. Oh, hello Spider, hello Chams. Welcome. Hello Alcaraz, our good organizer. 3 cheers for Alcaraz. Hello Nisa. Hello Don Morot. Welcome. Happy to have you around.
Lots going on. So Rome's still looks like they're still working on trying to get to the next city site there, whereas Hatti has almost cleared and is about to clear their second site. So yeah, definitely that steadfast trait paying off there. Even though they've got less units there than Rome, they're making it work. They have indeed met each other, as Nestor mentioned. Yep, so they are now aware of each other and what each other has picked. Rome is much stronger, yeah, of course, because he's got his second warrior up in addition to the militia, whereas Hatti is still just chilling on their one warrior.
Yeah, so
Making it work for them.
that estimation jumps a lot, of course, because when you have a single wire, a second wire on the other side is 200% of your strength, and with a militia a bit more than that even. But of course this can swing very quickly at these low level of powers where they are still at the moment. Yeah, ruins, that makes me curious. What are they finding? It seems I cannot check at the moment.
Yes, I was just noticing that for some reason we can't click on those events. It's possibly just a little bit of delay on the game there. Hopefully it's not having any network issues. Now it looks like we're still proceeding. Rome's busy advancing on the next Gaul camp.
Yeah, they both appear green to me, so yeah, I'm not sure what happens.
I mean, it's simultaneous, so I guess that makes sense, right?
That
They're both
complicates
playing at the
things.
same time.
Yeah.
So
All
what
right.
else would be happened? Hatti has declared war on Rome. Makes sense. I mean, they're both getting an extra order from it. So actually, Rome probably benefits a little bit more than Hatti, seeing as Rome has less orders and isn't buying them as extensively. So I'm not sure that was necessarily a good idea.
Indeed. More conservative with his legitimacy, but as a result, he has less legitimacy, as you were pointing out. So, it's hard to it's easy to underestimate the value of scouting super quickly, getting the first 2 bonuses to landmarks, getting to landmarks even second, but early in the game, so you get those this event legitimacy that stays very valuable. Early harvesting for quicker culture, for quick infusion of money. Sometimes the food you're missing for your settler. It's a really solid accelerator in the early game. Of course, Hatti can has a very hard time wasting orders because they can chop with everything. But with any nation, it's very valuable in general.
Looks like the events are working again, at least now for me. It looks like Hatti had the option to pick up a free aristocracy, or still does. Yes, he hasn't chosen that option yet, but he can get free aristocracy or horticulture and another discipline. He went for the free aristocracy. Makes absolute sense.
And he can upgrade his leader, and he picked Besieger. He had the option for Intelligent, who I would rate always tempting, but he opted for Besieger, so he's doubling down on the aggression. Definitely the early camp querying will be awesome. He's swift as well, so that's quite the expansionist combination, right? He's a schemer to be able to buy orders, swift, Besieger, steadfast. He's cursed, however, so we'll see if he gets trolled by the event system, which can take cursed as a cue to produce interesting results.
But as Aaron points out, Klass is up to Intrepid now, cognomen, so that's 50 legitimacy he's getting from his cognomen, so he's now 78 legitimacy to 42, which is quite a gap. Rome has still only bought orders twice, whereas Hatti has bought them 8 times in 12 turns. So yeah, he's very much repeating his first game and just going all out on orders, scouting everywhere. And yeah, absolutely makes sense that he would want ruins on. He got a huge benefit from the last game, and he's doing the same thing again. But yeah, it does seem fair to not want ruins on when you're going to be playing Klass, because he is making very good advantage of them. Whereas Rome, not so much. His scout has not really ventured that far.
Indeed, as Cyan was pointing out, I believe on Discord, and Cyan, correct me if I'm misrepresenting, but having ruins on the map favors schemers a little bit more than it would otherwise. I'm a bit surprised that none of the players made use of the four wine and gems just north of their capital, especially Hatti with their four scouts. That's potentially quite another culture boost. If you harvest all these tiles, you get 50 cultures. 50 culture, they will grow on average around. It will take a little bit less than 10 turns, I believe, for the resources to be harvestable again. You can boost your capital to developing incredibly quickly with that. And there's some more opportunities, I believe, well, mostly money and food around, but there's a fur, at least until the spot close to the coast is founded. So yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Maybe they just didn't
I mean,
see it, but with city
it's
vision, I would assume that they would. But yeah,
it's certainly an option, but I don't think you can deny the benefit Hattie is getting from what they're doing at the moment, grabbing all
no,
the ruins and the landmarks. And yeah, what benefit does Hattie actually get from a developing city at the moment? He doesn't want to spend his civics on rushing. He's going to be a while before he can enact centralization, so he's not particularly getting any benefit from
fair.
that. So yeah, he definitely wants to do it sooner rather than later. But I think I prefer going for map exploration and ruins over
Oh, I
early
absolutely.
harvesting unless you have a specific need for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, okay. I'm mentioning that because no, he has three scouts, or maybe even four. Yes, he has four. So with four scouts, once he has four scouts, meaning once he cleared that camp, that ruin that gave him additional scouts, having one assigned around this territory to be able to harvest and get extra bit makes sense to me. But definitely, not only exploration should take priority, but he needed to explore to get into that situation where he can afford to do that. So I definitely agree with it.
Right, so
Yeah,
Hattie
and he
has
is
founded
sending a scout in that direction.
so Hattie has founded their first city. They've gone traders here with one sea resource, which is yeah, fair enough. Be nice if they can. Yeah, there's a couple more fish. They could potentially expand to get some more. Would
Yeah, and they haven't
quite
placed
easy.
their fare yet
Not
either.
yeah, it would be quite easy to expand. In fact, going around that little one-tile lake there should be quite easy to get some urbans up there to expand quickly. They've gone
There we
south,
go.
which is a choice. I think I would have preferred to have gone north around that lake and then put another urban next to it and immediately grab that fish. I guess they will do the same either way, but then they've just
Hmm.
got this awkward marsh in the way, right?
Yeah.
But they can put a specialist on that fish, which they almost certainly want to do to then grab the next fish.
Hmm.
Unless he does settle for the next city as Rome, as traders, which is also a good choice, of course.
I think I would steal the fish for one city and find something else myself, but that's maybe my greedy self. Or he's doing exactly what I was talking about. He had sent his scout back, which what maybe what's drawn my attention to this cluster, and he's just harvested the four wine and about to get made good progress toward getting his capital to developing. So in fairness, despite funding landowner, it doesn't have a judge around, so it doesn't matter that much. But cool. It's cool to see harvesting getting some love. In some cases, with four scouts, you can definitely dedicate one. Rome is making more progress in expanding now with three warriors, I believe.
Yeah, and built another slinger on the way and a trapper in Roma. So yeah, as Aaron points out, no settlers on the way. So unfortunate, they are going to settle their third city next term, but it's going to be quite a while. It looks like before they get any more cities out.
Yeah.
Whereas Hatti, I imagine, is they're taking some time to build a worker in Kadesh, but yeah, two more settlers on the go. So another 5 turns, they'll have two more settlers out, and we'll be up to 5 cities very quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but with that single warrior, it will take time to clear out additional camp, and while it does that, the other camps will keep growing, so it will slow down. It's good to have settlers ready, as good as you clear camps, of
yeah,
course, but
that is a very fair point. He is probably going to run into issues. He may be going. He's got spoked wheel now, so the heavy chariot bonus card is coming up. if he can get that, it looks like he's going for border boost next, so he's probably cycling for that free heavy chariot as quickly as possible. And he's going
Yeah,
to
and
rely
it's
on that
hardly.
for clearing.
Yeah, and the border boost is hardly bad in general. Yeah, it's only 3 cities, so it's probably not great, but it's always an option to cycle, and it's better to get some tiles out of cycling, I would say, in many cases. And
So
yeah,
yeah,
the free heavy chariot is in the draw pile, so it will come quickly, and I fully expect him to click it as soon as it becomes available. He has skipped stone cutting, worth noting, so no labor force. Not necessarily easy connections for his cities. He would at least like to join his capital to the river, I assume. Yeah, the trader Kadesh would be connected if he managed to connect the capital to the river, but that's not happening quite yet. Anyway, Border Boost will get him a chance to choose again soon enough.
but yeah, it is going to delay him. He isn't going to have that heavy chariot by the time that second settler pops out, so that will be just idling. Oh no, that's not quite true actually, is it? Because he's still got his free city site to settle, and yeah, he can definitely clear another barbarian encampment with his lone warrior. So yeah, he will be able to settle those two cities. So I quite like it. I like the steadfast,
Oh,
greedy settler play here.
Steadfast is strong, and you can get half the benefit of champ. Well, not half, but you can get some of the benefit of a champion family without having champions, just
Oh
by having this
ho!
trait.
Rome has got the free settler. I guess they text that. I missed that, but they did take drama early, so they've got a free settler up now, and they're up to 4 cities actually before Hatti. So I obviously have no idea what I'm talking about because that's yeah, they've managed to out expand Hatti now. Not for long, obviously, but even so, still pretty good. They've
I,
gone for statesmen as their third family, which they settled in the back there, and another champions city out the front, which seems fair.
yeah, I think yes, indeed. I think solid play from our Roman player. Is getting a trapper in the capital that will accelerate things a little bit. Of course, it's a bit quicker because it's a landowner. Well, they are both landowner capitals. He hasn't got his camps. Well, one of them. For now in his capital, need iron for warriors. He's well set up to deal with tribes and raids and barbarians, but because he has neglected his scouting compared to his Hatti opponent and their order buying, he has only met one tribe, so he's not getting as much as he could by far from his schemer archetype. And while he's set up to deal with tribes quickly, he's not really moving out yet. And I would like, even if settlers are not around quite yet, some come clearing because all these tribes will inevitably raid, and if you clear a few of these spots and diminish the number of raider, it just makes it easy to deal with them.
So yeah, patrons I guess was a choice. You know, he does have gems, but it is only the one precious resource. I don't hate statesmen. It's more orders. I don't think that's terrible at all.
Yeah, indeed, statesmen are always defensible. They're just a pretty good family. They don't have much requirement. If you really want to push a science center with them, you will be looking at what you look for in any science center: grains, good growth. But I mean, these three tiles, even unimproved, are 3 culture per turn, right? Worth a shrine or a religion in your city. With this one, it's a force point, so it's already making good progress toward developing culture. It's not going to happen super quick, but it's going to happen at any rate. There's grain, that is freshwater as well. He will be able to get barley, good growth, put granaries, whatever, if he wants to. And there's plenty of hills to be improved. The order is always nice. Extra civics is, well, they are the best civics family statement, so yeah, I can get behind it.
Quick order update. I was saying Rome had bought orders twice, I think, but I was misreading that. They have actually only bought orders once, whereas Hattie is now up to 10 order buys, so they have got 100 extra orders at the cost of 20 legitimacy so far this game.
Yeah,
And
quite the discrepancy indeed.
they are going to be able to enact centralization next turn. They're not quite up to developing yet, but yeah, as soon as these culture resources respawn, they're going to get there very quickly. So yeah, definitely helpful now. Still working on trying to clear a second site, but I don't foresee any big problems with him doing that. And yeah, he has settlers ready to go.
Yeah, different plans, but some orientations are similar. They are going about expansion differently, but they are yeah coinciding for now more or less. Well, not quite. Rome has taken an advantage. Warrior in the work indeed in Kusara on the Hatti side, and yeah, I worried that even his schemers. No, his schemer is also steadfast plus besieger is incredible. He can kill this guy in 2 hits. So yeah, I'm sure he'll clean it up. Indeed, I didn't
See,
quite realize actually. Yeah.
Rome has gone for one governor in their family seat. They've got the oligarch in there who is 4 charisma, 1 discipline, warlike orator. Extravagant as well, but it's not so bad. Still, no one has put any governors in the capital. What are the options there? Rome could have, yeah, their starting intolerant judge or reasonable diplomat. Got some quite nice stats on her. What are the options for Hatti? I guess Hatti are going to be spending all their civics on law shortly. They've got they could be enacting a builder, but they are cruel builders. They'd lose 4 growth a turn
Ugh.
if they put that builder in the capital. So I do value builders quite highly, but yeah, 4 growth is horrible, especially when you're trying to expand and build settlers. So
It,
yeah,
it is tough indeed, and yeah, I'll definitely if you have anyone who is warlike and you can tolerate whatever their traits or stats are, warlike in itself is well worth it in a champion seat. It's not
yeah. So
in bloom yet. It's only weak culture, but definitely a very strong perk. Warlike, eloquent, intelligent should be checked for.
Rome has also managed to get triumph in their champions family seat as well. So they're now up to 24 training a turn in what's the city, Equincum, which is enough to 2-turn a slinger at the moment with a little bit of overflow as well, which is very pleasant.
Yeah, and I have to assume this is why they are doing a walker instead.
Well, I think Rome probably does have enough. I mean, yeah, I think they've probably got enough military units. I'd rather see a settler than a worker, but yeah,
Yeah, I'm being a bit cheeky, of course. There are reasons you want Walker, but typically, especially with an early second champion city, I would try to make all my Walkers in the second one, and just pump out slingers. I have 200 stones. That's 4 slingers, and he has access to that. Having some nice ranged units in a warrior versus warrior start is a definite plus. And sure, he's already stronger than his opponent, but even stronger can always be appreciated. So um, with a champion seat, you can definitely. Well, I mean, if you are two turning slingers, make walker, make settlers in other places, all 3 cities if necessary, and just the time they need to complete, you'll have 4 more slingers, and you'll be crushing tribes and making good progress toward your opponent.
yeah. So Nestor's saying, did Hattie put 2 turns into another tech to put board growth in all 5 cities? No, they did not. They got free worker on turn 14, and it was a 3-year tech. So yeah, they have just gone straight for border boost. There is the heavy chariot, 3-turn heavy chariot. Sounds quite tempting indeed. They're on 30 cents turn Hattie. They have gone for the free heavy chariot versus Rome's 24. So not a huge gap, but still a reasonable lead for Hattie at the moment. Rome is working on a labour force, which would be their first law.
Still solid tech for Hatti, so in relative power, 21 order economy, sorry, 21 to 16, despite spending a lot of legitimacy well, spending more legitimacy to gain more legitimacy and various perks on the map and visibility and all that. So that's the strength of schemers. That's how schemers should be played. Find the tribes, declare war, find the landmark, the ruins if your opponent lets you do that. And get it essentially. I will note that the border boost wasn't too bad for Hatti, so it's never the most amazing border boost with 3 or 4 cities, but it did indeed add 2 fishes to his trader seat, so when they'll start to produce it will be very efficient as a growth center. He's clearing in his site already. He has 1 settler about to complete next year, so there will be no delay, and another one in 7 turns. And the first shrine is going up in Hattusa, so Hattusa will be a holy site with a shrine of Kamrusepa.
Which is the healer. New unit starts with the healer promotion. Yeah, I guess he's doing that mainly for the 2. No, that's 2 grove per adjacent grove, of which he doesn't have any. Quite sure why he's chosen that shrine. I guess it will mean it will definitely mean that his 3 heavy chariot starts with healer, so that's definitely something. Yeah, Nestor says it will affect the chariot.
Yeah, maybe it's only for the heavy chariot, but yeah, I would have tended to put it in a more military-oriented city. Not that there is a huge difference. This is a military family, so well, 2 more training is significant, but until we get barracks and officers and all that, it's not massively different. So okay, can make sense. You sort of want to, well, I tend to want my capital to be by the holy city of my paganism, just because it tends to lead in culture, and having it as a holy city guarantees eligibility of wonders. But you can pick another shrine to do that, and keep your healer shrine for somewhere else if you are planning to found it.
Yeah, that is going to be a very, very nasty heavy chariot indeed. I mean, I guess, yeah, you can't really rush Rome across that distance with that many units, but he can just rely on it very happily for clearing camps. And yeah, he's not building. He is actually building a second warrior now in his rider's seat, so that will supplement as well. But yeah, it's gonna do some good work on the tribal camps, that's for sure. Still going for his tried and tested expand everywhere and just take all the sites plan that we saw in his last game with Kiriyama.
Well, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So I suppose it works, right? So until someone proves otherwise, I expect him to continue.
Yeah, we need scientific to come and show him the error of his ways, but we'll get there.
Eventually, yeah.
I'm not actually sure.
yeah, I don't know
what the error of his ways are. It does seem a very good strategy, so we'll see.
Yeah, Schema is very strong, so we'll see if someone stands up to it. Possibly it will be another Schema strat, showing him how to be the better Schema. Maybe we'll see Steadfast Schema versus Steadfast Schema one day. Who knows how the meta is growing interestingly with somewhat newer player, or at least lesser known names from my perspective in the MP scene, picking up on old tricks, but giving them new twists, no new interpretations, new variants, and that's very interesting to see develop.
So Rome has cleared a barbarian camp but left it empty with 3 barbarians adjacent, which feels dangerous.
It's going to pop again, I think. I'd be surprised if no barbarians step on the camp and respawns it instantly.
Yeah, I think they should do. It's possible they will just all attack. But yeah, I would not have just left it there. Alcrest says, I'm told if units can attack, they won't step on the camp. I don't know if that's necessarily true.
Yeah, I don't know, because, alright, originally there were some cases where if they could attack from where they stand without moving, they wouldn't move. They would first try to attack.
Yeah.
And in that
That,
case, they would all pile up. But then they tended to do something specifically with other priority, like move and attack if you can kill doing it. And we've introduced randomness recently, so let's see. No, alright, this is still the recognizable old behavior, and indeed they ignored the camp.
yeah, I think that is a bug. I think there are some fixes to tribal units coming, so they should be more random. They certainly shouldn't be completely predictable. So I think in the next main update, we're going to see the barbarians being, less predictable than that.
Hmm.
But he got away with it today.
Yeah, this will be denounced to Alex inevitably, and this can only have one issue, I'm afraid.
Scientific says it's been like that for a year. Well, okay, I'll take your word for it, Scientific. You are the authority on all things old world, having played more than anyone else at this point. Certainly recently, but yeah.
There's been some
Changes,
changes
changes are coming.
introduced, and some other are incoming, and I get lost between the version, what's in the work, what's in test, what's in main. So, uh, but it will get looked at, and we raised some issue that were highlighted by some games of the tournament that will be looked at. And I don't know what we'll do in the end. The discussions are still in the air, but yeah. Yeah, I know you abuse Barb AI a lot. We all do it. We just don't tell Alex. But we'll see what it becomes.
Yeah, there's absolutely some changes to Strive AI coming, so you will struggle, I think, when those actually get applied to do quite the same thing. But anyway, we shall see what happens. Rome got Labour Force. Did he pick a law yet? Rome has gone freedom. Freedom! It's a nice pick. All his cities are building growth units. We've got 3 workers and a settler coming out, so they're all getting sped up.
Very good. Good sync up
Absolutely
there. Yeah.
reasonable option.
Yeah. Decent. Walker settler indeed. Well, he needs more settler more quickly now to be able to settle these spots he is clearing. So once done, he might need one more turn, maybe even two to finish clearing everything. Maybe heal his second wire, but very quickly we'll be able to switch to the next. And I expect it will only snowball from there.
So you're quite right. Tribes and barbarians do work slightly differently. And it's, yes, barbarians are not smart, but the point is they shouldn't be completely predictable. You shouldn't be able to know exactly what a barbarian is going to do. So there will be a bit more randomness introduced.
Indeed, in internal discussions, we discussed specifically the introduction of randomness to avoid full predictability. So, uh, but we'll see if that what it get applies to and when.
So we see a Hatti ping on the map. Hatti has pinged a warrior shrine in their rider seat. So I imagine that's what they're building next. Possibly looking at a Zoroastrianism found there. Although no disciples as yet, I don't believe. No, not seeing any.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
it's becoming.
I wonder if that's because I mean we have dedicated improvement pings, but maybe they are not clear enough and they weren't discovered yet. I'm not sure.
That is a very good point. He could have just pinged that specific improvement, but it might just be a workflow issue. He's used to doing it
Yeah.
that way.
Hmm. Indeed. And I
Right, well, the
wonder what
heavy
he will pick.
chariot is out for Hatti. Yes, he has a tech choice coming. We've got a choice of portcullis, mass, and forestry rhetoric. I'm not sure what I'd go for in that case. Maybe rhetoric for the law. Yeah, he's gone rhetoric. Makes sense. I imagine he's going to want to get more heavy chariots up because they are amazing.
Yeah. So getting to the 4 laws, and there's well 3 laws between aristocracy, rhetoric, and sovereignty. The 800 civics are awesome to adopt the law, to be able to do it. There's a free chariot on top to go in the same direction. It's all on the path to machinery that we all know and love, of course. So yeah, some decent play to be had down there in the south of the tech tree, and the labor force will be picked at a later point, I assume, to get the slavery versus freedom pick. And of course, there's a potential pick of portcullis for Freemasonry or Free Energy or both at that later point. We'll see how focused he is.
Hatti just picked up 93 science from an event. He's already down to 1 turn on rhetoric. He's got a sandstorm active, which has damaged at least that worker there. Not too much of a problem from him. And he got some training out of it, so not too bad. He still hasn't assigned an ambassador or a chancellor at all. He could be getting 40 family opinion out of an ambassador, but he doesn't necessarily need it right now. So fair enough, saving his civics for laws. He will be getting rhetoric next turn now. So yeah, potentially 2 laws as soon as he has the civics for it. He has, obviously being Hatti and not building civics, not using his civics for building anything, he's got quite a decent income coming in. And yeah.
He could also assign
50% from his governor as well. He's got a rising star governor in Hattusa now.
And he reassigned his leader directly to the heavy chariot. I was wondering if he was going to do that or to assign one of the tactician general from his landowner family. But indeed, he's going full south with steadfast, swift, on top of healer and besieger as well as leader. So I believe he gets a plus 10% as leader on the mounted unit, even if besieger itself is not a valid promotion on a mounted unit. But yes, this is going to be quite punchy heavy chariot, yes.
So he is clearing a 3 strength skirmisher out in the open in 1 hit. He's still only doing 9 damage to the camp, but that's not bad at all, especially considering he can route through all the units around it as well. Yeah, 20 HP damage on a skirmisher is not terrible at all. Can't complain about that.
Yeah. Are you allowed to complain if you get a crit? Yes, 21% chance of getting one.
Imagine a crit on a 20 HP damage. Yeah, that would be vexing.
We'll have to keep a look on that, an eye on that next turn. Yeah, I think.
We don't have show crits active, so that's
no, we don't.
Which is a tournament default rule. So we've got 1 turn left of simultaneous, and then we are going to be switching to tight, I believe. Yes, tight. So that should make it a little bit easier to follow what's happening. We can switch between nations a bit more judiciously.
Yes.
Yeah, time to make an event for critting with a 20 damage attack. There should be an achievement, really, shouldn't there? Do 50 damage in 1 attack or something.
Yeah. But these achievements are things people who request them don't care about, and the people who care about achievement get crazy because we are asking the impossible out of them. So,
yes.
So it's dangerous, and I think we have several hundred achievements already. So we went a bit overboard.
We probably have too many. That's fair. Hatti's just picked up Confucius as a court minister, so that's another nice bit of stat boost coming in for him. Some great yield. He's up to 38 science a turn for Hatti as opposed to Rome's 26, so Rome is falling further behind on the science front. They're going for mill drill now.
Yeah, I enjoy Confucius, but I think I like Cato even better just because he's a judge, the courtier judge. Well, when you have champions around, we don't tend to generate judge, but where you really want, if you're getting any officer, to be doing it quickly, that's very cool. So intelligent tactician, fair, yeah. But that would be a decent governor. And as a courtier, of course, she can be assigned as governor. So that's definitely a perk. He's diligently tutoring his son. On Hatti's side, a philosophy student that's already eloquent and pious, and he's tutoring with Hatti the merchant, probably fishing for, well, wisdom or discipline. Both are quite available and quite decent output. It's to be noted that he got his courtier are all between 30 and 46 of age, the oldest, so in a short burst. So we might see that show up in a stronger cognomen in the not too distant future, really. Maybe completing one of his ambitions. Rhetoric is also supported by this peak of enacting exploration. The 4 shrines he still needs to work on. He has no stone cutting either, I believe. Let me check. No, but if he got to stone cutting, then the stone boost with already not at all, with only 1 shrine, he might be able to get there a bit easier. So let's see if he picks stone cutting or labor force here.
It's quite a noticeable difference. So Hatti has 4 courtiers, is busy, has got a pleased courtier tutoring their child. Rome has 3 kids, one of whom is 14, no courtiers. So no tutoring for Rome. Their kids are just going to have to fend for themselves, do the best they can.
But they are becoming witty to mock their opponent instead.
A witty
Yes.
philosophy student, yes, indeed. Emergent approves. Good to see. An intelligent, educated queen.
Yes.
Nice to see her as a governor. Still no governor in Rome. Could be getting. Why no?
I guess intolerant is a bit. Doesn't like that too much.
Intolerant. Do you know what? I read that as intelligent. It's intolerant. No. Okay. Not quite so good.
Yeah, it's a common confusion, but they have nothing to do together. Yes.
All right, we are in tight mode now, so we're on Hatti's turn. Let's see what Hatti are up to.
All right, I really need to drink something. I'm going to mute myself for some 30 seconds to 1 minute. Please take it away.
Okie dokie, yeah. So unfortunately, the skirmisher in Hatti's land moved onto the hill, which meant the heavy chariots doing a pathetic 17 damage to the barbarian now, not immediately clearing it, which is unfortunate. He can clear it with his warrior that has just popped out the rider's seat, but it would be nice to see the warrior take the attack first and then the heavy chariot clear it to get the leader experience, but we're not seeing that. We are seeing a 3-year labour force coming up. There's another warrior up in Ugarit who needs to heal. I guess he's just taking scouting moves by the look of it. Not seeing anything else very much happening at the moment. And yeah. Slight pause. We have no turn timer on, worth noting, so neither of the players are under pressure to be getting stuff done. So it might be a relatively sedate. We're seeing some harvesting from a scout over here, so he's grabbing a little bit more food. Hatti is very resource poor. This is very true, yes. So this is why they are getting some benefit from harvesting, because I would imagine they just haven't built very many improvements. That might be worth having a look, actually. Can we take a look at the improvement stats? So it is actually 7 to Hatti and 5 to Rome. Wow, Hatti has managed to out-improve Rome. Okay, fair enough. I guess they have bought all the orders. They're still up to... They bought 12 sets of orders, so 120 in total for 24 legitimacy.
Indeed, I'll point that half the improvement difference is a free fare, so I don't know if fair is a fair, but...
So the warrior did not come to support the heavy chariot. He's moving up north and has got a general assigned. So we're seeing a tactician, an herbalist tactician. Not a bad general at all. Bitter, but that doesn't really matter.
Indeed,
a bit of attack strength malice, but not too bad.
It's fair to say that the chariot can handle itself, but I would still have sent the warrior just to accelerate things, just to be done with the camp.
Yeah, you really don't want to be taking another 17 damage attack on that 3 health skirmisher. That just feels wasteful.
Indeed, disgraceful. You should be looking for exact kills, as you should know if you've heard Fluffy in any of my streams. That's very very important indeed.
Well,
but on the more
as exact as possible is, it's not always that easy with this few unit count. But yeah, wasting a 17 damage, wasting 14 damage of an attack is not efficient.
Yeah, no, of course, and in general, it's good to have little clumps of unit, maybe not entire armies, but moving somewhat together. They can support themselves in terms of, in case of surprises. They are way more efficient at dealing with camps and barbarians who are tribesmen who tend to be grouped as well, and capitalize on. Ideally, you want 3 units with a decent shot at killing something every turn. That would be very strong. You cannot always afford it with your first 3 units, but as soon as possible, making those little clumps of troops that are sure to be relevant is typically a good prophylactic measure, I would say.
So Rome has finally cleared out all the barbarians at the third camp they've cleared. They've got a choice now whether they proceed on down to the barbarians or the Gauls. Both would be good to clear out. I think I'd like to see the Gauls get cleared out. The leader has just come back to Roma to heal, but he'll probably take one more turn healing there, and then he needs to move out and decide where he's expanding next. We see another warrior with a promotion coming downwards.
A
Does he
good old
get focus?
champion, so steadfast, and yeah, he has picked. Oh, focus. All right. Good. I do like my focus. Is he going to reassign his educated schemer to the focus guy? I wonder. That would be free steadfast as well on his leader unit. So always a bit of value out of that. Of course, he gets it for cheaper. Every champion unit is steadfast, but he doesn't have to assign a strength and much less customized full agency strength like the beginning of the turn. But he can get the same perk if he wants to.
So yeah, interesting to see what Rome's doing. Looks like they're still scouting out, but still very close to home. Rome still has not ventured. It's not really done any scouting beyond the city site they've settled. That Villa Irachini is the farthest they've scouted to the west, and yeah, they're not really gone that far south either. So they're staying close to home.
Indeed, still there is a very stark contrast between the revealed maps from the timeline on both sides.
Yeah,
Hatti has cleared the
happy to
entire
see
map, or
everything.
almost. They haven't found out about the center island, but that's only going to play out if there's some navy on the map or an exploration peak and the scout that's bored. Typically, you would keep them around yourself for defensive scouting or keep a close eye on your opponent. On that note, I will quickly review where Ati scouts are. So there's one position between the Dane and the Romans, keeping an eye on the activity of his opponent. One close to his territory, keeping an eye on tribes and harvesting food here and there, marble, and pastures, as you noted in the previous turn. Yes, Cyan, this chariot can 100% deal with the camp themselves, but it's just more efficient to have another unit with them. That's what I'm saying, not that they cannot deal with it.
So I see
The
Hattie got the Forest Druids event this turn, which would have been unfortunate for him had he not just been able to enact Exploration. So he's rapidly done that and taken an extra 90 science and extra wisdom for that. So that was nicely timed.
And he's also getting an opportunity to become miserable, which he might do as a sign of compassion for his opponent. It comes with a point of courage and discipline, not the worst misery you can get, or otherwise some uh, attribute point swaps, +1 -1. Uh, Interestingly, despite starting steadfast instead of educated and being cursed on top, he is now up to 8 wisdom. So
Ooh,
even more
nice.
chance to waste damage via critical hits, but also a good science boost, obviously, from his leader there.
Yeah, amazing leader there. 8 wisdom, 6 charisma. And yeah, 39 years old. Cursed, I would imagine, is still going to play a role here, but if he can keep that guy alive, that is going to help him out a lot. If we compare to Rome's leader, he's got a 6 wisdom, -3 courage, and as part of that is being ill. 2 discipline leader,
Yeah,
educated heckler,
he is
also torched, which
comp-
is unfortunate.
yes, I was going to point that he's compensating with absorbing himself in vice with with the debauched traits. So we'll see what that does. But debauched is low-key a significant penalty in the end. He doesn't have that many cities, so that it ramp up super quickly. Still, it's hardly a bonus. So we'll see what comes out of that. He didn't opt from the Free Happiness family, the Patrons family. He had decent opportunities for that, but as I said, I'm also happy with his decision to go for Statesman. And yeah, that's decent. He's a little bit more grouped in terms of units. He also has more units than his opponent, with an extra warrior in the north, and getting ready to do something about the southern situations. Whereas
Yeah,
Hatti is a bit more scattered, I would say. So they inflicted
and
20
it's
damage on that 3 hit point skirmisher, slightly redirecting their warrior, but it seems they've gone a bit gun shy about buying orders at the moment. They've done it 3 more times in the last maybe 7 turns. But if you're going to shuttle your wires back and forth to maybe start dealing with the Danes or addressing raids up there, or I'm not sure what the exact plan with this unit, the quicker you start, the better it'll get.
I do think it makes sense though. I mean, I think they've got most of the value out of scouts they can now. They're doing a little bit of harvesting back at home, but yeah, they've explored the map. It's it's like a ruin right in the corner. I believe Simon pointed out there were 2 ruins. I'm not sure where the other one is, but yeah, there's one right in the far top corner of the map. Oh, and there's one right at the bottom of the map, yeah, which Hattie has missed. But even so, they've pretty much picked the map quite clean. So yeah, they've definitely less need to buy orders, especially with 21 coming in a turn, which is
Uh,
always good. What's Cliff up to? Cliff has got 16 orders a turn, 73 legitimacy. Not bad. Not bad for year 22. But yeah, definitely falling behind.
yeah, decent, but not using any beyond turn one to buy others feels like a missed opportunity still. Keep in mind that even if he didn't get any first 2 landmark because his opponent was blinding fast, he could at least have gotten second to landmark, so +1 legitimacy rather than +2, not quite as good, but still decent. And as well, he would have met tribes that he could have declared war upon, and gain steady orders, additional orders every turn, because settlers get order from being at war with anyone, and that includes each tribe. So there are 4 tribes on the map. He could be getting 4 orders a turn. He could have been getting for 21, well, for a long time. I've been getting up to +4 order per turns, and he only got +1. He's met only the goals, so of course he hasn't got raided by Danes or by Numidians or by anyone else. Vandals, I believe, are at the other end of the map. Is that correct? No, it's not. No, so 3 tribes. But he didn't. So that compounds, of course. It's been, I think, if memory serves, that he had met all 3 tribes on turn 5 or something like that very early on. So that counts. That's 17 turns times 2, 35 orders that he hasn't got. Quite a bit of a difference as yet, and it shows on the order graph. There's been a difference of about 5 order per turn, which is partly legitimacy and partly the orders from meeting and declaring on tribes.
So I'm not sure if we mentioned this earlier or not, but if we did, just to repeat. So this is the first round of the first game of the second round. So both of these players have won their previous match. Cliff's previous match was against Isometrics. No spoilers for that game, but I believe it was a quite a small map, possibly smaller than this one. And yeah, so maybe he's He's not used to the bigger map size.
I don't know. I don't remember who were the first opponents of the players, so I'm not going to guess or watch. Have a look at the documents, at the evidence quite during the match.
Well,
Is
Scientific commentated it, so he should know. But yeah, I believe that is the case. Whereas, Klass's last game against Kiriyama was, as I've said several times already, it's definitely he's following the same strategy as he did last game. Massive expansion, amazing scouting, buying all the orders. I'm not actually. It does actually seem to have calmed down a little bit on the settlers. Old Klass. He's got one more coming out. No more camps cleared. For all the potential of that heavy chariot, he's not actually making a lot of progress on clearing any more camps at the moment.
He's made quite a decent judge of his son and heir, Justice Turn, eloquent, pious, and 2 points of each attribute, 3 in discipline. Unfortunately, they ate them, so I have to guess that there was possibly a rebel phase event involved. And no, actually not. So they studied philosophy and they decided to adopt the oligarch. No rebel phase event, but of course, following up as a second leader judge is very strong when you are starting to have your first developing cities. In this case, Justice Capital, but some will progress quickly, including Samuha in the north with 4 unimproved luxuries that are still worth 4 culture and slight culture shrine and the paganism religion itself. So we'll have opportunity to rush by in either Atusa and I expect shortly Samuha in 9 years when his kid becomes available to govern, and eloquent, of course, doesn't hurt either. It seems he fixed some of the opinion penalty he had with his son, so I'm not sure what that was. Oh, appointing them chancellor, I see.
Just having a quick look at the stats. So Rome is quite a bit richer than Klass at the moment, although neither of them are super wealthy. Klass has got a couple more population. Rome is the only person to have a specialist. He has the one trapper that he built in Rome quite early, I believe. Klass still has no specialist, so it doesn't look like he's going for a religion play. We've got 2 workers produced by Rome to 1 from Klass. Should be consistent with nations and player names really tonight. Rome and Hatti. Rome has produced 3 military units to Klass's Hatti's 1. I've done it again. Shocking. We're at least not seeing any units lost so far, which is always good. You definitely don't want to be losing units when you're fighting tribes, so that has not happened this game. Good to see. They've both cleared 3 camps. Hatti is up on 2 laws to 1 and 10 techs to 6, so quite a decent science lead now, although some of them were the bonus techs, of course. Yeah, not bad. 4 courtiers to Rome still has 0. And 8 ruins to 2.
Yeah, we're starting to feel the difference with 6 tech to 10 still. Even if there are bonuses, even if there's border boost, even if there's some, well, not yet free stone, unless he has got stone cutting in the end. But he should be, yeah, he just got labor force, he's going straight into sovereignty, hoping for the civics boost I have to expect. And after that, it will be chariots. So in that view, his capital counts very much. He will be able to get a garrison and a stronghold in there and to pump out his units. His capital is developing, so he will have the opportunity to rush if any ability makes that possible. He has horses. There's no improved horses anywhere else at the moment. He has horses in his rider city, but it's still far from developing to be able to get a stronghold. I would like to see him assign a worker back to his capital to start on a garrison early, because sovereignty will come quickly and the civics boost as well. The chariot is quite able to handle itself, following a discussion from today on the Discord. Scientific pointed out that there is a strong synergy between the healer shrine giving the hinder capability and the unique unit, of course, as it's routing and regularly taking some counter damage from attacking. Just slowly regenerating is already awesome, helping to counter damage received from counter attacks, from attacks from weaker units, which are likely they all likely to be weaker this early in the game, with a 6 strength unit pitched against tribes. Uh, so showing strong.
So
Is
we're on Rome's turn now. So Rome has had an earthquake in Roma, which hasn't pillaged any of his improvements, but has damaged an awful lot of his units, including the settler he's just built, which I'm sure is very frustrating. His warriors are a little bit damaged as well. Workers got hurt. He's still fighting the tribes down here. His leader has become drunk. He has, looks like, run a mission to get rid of stress, to indulge in revelry, but has managed to become a drunk out of that. So that's not ideal. So he's lost family opinion. His family opinions are actually looking quite dire at the moment. He's negative with both the landowners and the statesmen. So yeah,
Yeah, indeed,
it's
and
not ideal.
it's religion leader and family leader, so it can it's sort of double dip. Not in this case because he hasn't founded even his paganism, so none of his family has religion. But typically they will inherit the -20 from the religion, and then there's another -20 on the family. So you can read it as -40 on every family actually, and as well. He received drunk is -2 discipline, so it's a little bit of a feel bad. He had picked to attribute points in discipline earlier, but they are for naught at the moment because the trait cancelled that.
One thing of note is that Rome are decidedly atheist at the moment. There's no religion whatsoever in Rome, so that -20 religion opinion is not actually causing him any problems at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. He hasn't even funded his paganism. He's going military drill, which I approve. I like my military drill. He's met the Danes now at long last, so he's at war with the second tribe, which slightly helps with his order economy. Hatti scouts to review them, so one's position to keep an eye on Rome in the north. There are some in the south, but not quite in view of his opponent, so he's not aware of the clearing of camp or the exact composition of the army that they are damaged or anything in that direction. But he is positioned to see them move out unless they choose to go through the desert along the coast. And he has another scout in the center south that should catch invasion. But that I would like, I believe, to see a bit more forward position to get earlier vision and monitoring of his opponent's activities.
So it's interesting that Hatti hasn't, I suspect, quite twigged that they have exploration, so can go and explore that sea. It would be nice to see them popping over the coast, checking out what's going on there. As Simon pointed out, there is a ruin in the central island, so it would be handy for him to go and pick that up. It is orders, of course, but I think he can afford to do it with 19 orders. He hasn't got that many other units to move, so he definitely could go exploring. He's got 2 settlers now, so he's got a settler at his rider's seat and a settler at his second landowner city. Still no camps cleared. So yeah, he has now overinvested in settlers quite heavily. The heavy chariot will clear in a couple of turns, so by the time a settler can get down there, he will. I say by the time a settler can get it down there, of course he's swift, so those settlers have 4 fatigue there, so they can move quite fast. So yeah, he will be able to settle that barb camp as soon as he clears it. But
Yeah,
I guess he's probably not that far off clearing this Danish site, but he is taking quite a lot of damage with his units here. This tactician warrior is going to take 9 damage from these 2 Danish units, so he is going to have to retreat that next turn. I mean,
yeah.
admittedly, he doesn't have very far that he has to retreat, but I think he is still not going to quite clear that Danish camp before it respawns, not with his current unit. I guess if he does a heal, maybe 2 heals, then he can actually clear it and get 2 attacks on the final turn. So yeah, he should be able to clear that before it respawns.
Yes, possibly, but it might be risky. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. But that's part of the point in keeping your units grouped. If he had kept his warrior south, he might possibly be already done with the camp there and able to reassign his chariot and use his tracking power together. So yeah, that tends to be OI favorite. Obviously, things are working very well from Klass Koala, so I'm just pointing at things that might be minor improvement. Regarding the sea situation, it's very easy to assume because it's often the case that where you have the perimeter of the inland sea, there's nothing more to be checked. Maybe mountains, maybe enable connectivity along the coast if you think it's doable. It's possible that he saw the mountains in the south and assumed that it was not worth trying to check around and clear out because he would rather expand north, and indeed that's what he's done in the early game. But there can be very valuable islands in the center, and it's worth checking if it's something you can accomplish. He has exploration, he has force scouts, it definitely could. So yeah, a small improvement that could be suggested there in checking a bit more diligently. He has his third and fourth shrines both on the way, so he's going to complete a second ambition in a few turns, in 2 turns. And piled up with getting sovereignty, adopting more laws, he might be due for an increase in cognomen. He got the intrepid very quickly, but he might be up for a promotion and go to plus 60 cognomen in the not too distant future. And on Rome side, lagging slightly behind in cognomen with a pioneer for plus 40 instead of plus 50. I'm curious to see if he will pick phalanx, which he has targeted, or navigation.
Drunken ambition event. I'm not sure I've seen that one before. So he can lose the drunk trait if he takes a ambition, and it looks like he's gone for that. Yeah, promote 10 units 10 times, which obviously with the amount of units Rome has shouldn't be too difficult for him. He doesn't have a huge amount of training, but as long as he keeps killing units, I think that should be doable in the not too distant future.
Indeed, and he regained his discipline back for a minor charisma penalty. That drunk comes with a plus 1 charisma, but that's well worth it. And getting rid of these bad traits, opinion issues.
It boosted landowners back up to positive opinions. That doesn't hurt. Statesman is still slightly negative, but it shouldn't be too hard to fix that.
Yeah, it doesn't fix everything, but it definitely helps.
Proud oligarch, not what you want to see. Yeah, minus 100 opinion from the statesman oligarch. That is very unfortunate.
Yeah, proud oligarchs, yuck. And it's a judge, of course, opposite archetype, but judges are very likely for statesmen, so he maybe knew what he was risking when picking statesmen with a schemer leader, but that's maybe some form of more advanced planning. I'm not sure if he assessed that, and that's definitely survivable. Indeed, he's making a point of showing that. He just got an event. The oligarch is now ended, and all his families are back in positive opinion. So
nice. Love to see it. Very good.
Yep, great.
So it looks like he's coming to settle this barbarian site down here. The one near the coast is being left empty for the moment. I'd love to see him coming back, as I think Elkras pointed out. Yeah, the path along the north coast looks more promising. Certainly, if you want to get to your opponent. I mean, maybe Cliff does want to get to their opponent quickly, but yeah, you don't want to leave Klass just taking all the sites. So
yeah, I suppose I'm guessing that he also wants to scamper off with his warriors because they are not quite enough to be efficient in clearing this camp, so they probably have to move back heal a couple of turns and get back. Or possibly better with the more damaged warrior, move back to the city to be sure if he wants to, pick herbalist and heal a lot quicker in the following. And I didn't realize, but it almost looks like... No, it's already herbalist, so the general is herbalist, so he was able to heal quite efficiently. He's keeping his other warrior available as a target, though. It prevents the tribesmen from healing, but they will attack his warrior instead, and they will still be slightly inefficient in dealing with that.
So he's taken a challenge by the air event is taken an ambition to clear 6 tribal sites, which I guess he will be able to do 2 of those fairly quickly, but it's still going to take him a while to clear another 4 after that, so that's probably not the best ambition, but probably doable. 4 shrines is going to complete quite soon, I'd imagine. He's got the Shrine of Tarhoon coming up in his rider's seat next turn, and the Shrine of Halki and Ugaret. So yeah, he'll be completing his 4 shrines ambition next turn at the very least. Not too bad. Thanks for joining us, Seabone. Glad you could stay for a bit, and yeah, hope you have a good rest of day.
We play Citizen 0.1 order, should use the red -1 order. Yeah, fair enough. That should maybe be more consistent, I don't know.
Well, what we generally use red text for is we use it as a, you know, this can't happen. You know, if a requirement is in red, that means it's not met, and yellow is more of a warning that something is going to happen. So I think we're happy with the way that works. But thank you for the feedback, certainly.
Sure, we are trying to be quite consistent. We are not always quite there. It's pretty hard, and consistency is a moving target typically. But thanks. Feedback is appreciated, and we will consider it. No opinion spiral at all. Although the rider family opinion is just at 0. It's positive everywhere for Hatti. And we just saw Roman fix it. Yeah, with double funding early on, it's quite good. The leader is of course right family, of course.
Yeah, and, leader, spouse, heirs, spouse, marriage to leader, descendant, religion likes in most cities, holy city. Yeah, it's getting all the positives. Plus, yeah, indeed, schema doesn't hurt at all either.
And the 105 legitimacy, of course, is a pretty significant opinion boost at this point.
Hatti has not selected slavery or freedom yet. They don't have the civics to do that, but once they do, in a couple of turns, most likely, they will certainly have the option.
Yes, Rome has started working on shrine. The first one is the Shrine of Bellona, Shrine of War in Aquincum, their champion seat. Sensible, so that champion seat will be a holy site. It will have a long time to go before it gets to developing, so I can only guess that Rome is not really gambling on, is not really going in the direction of unique units. They have 1 law for now. Unlocking more will take a long time. They opted for phalanx instead of navigation in the previous turn, and single shrine for now. Still no world religion has been founded. Hatti has made a diligent effort to make shrines, but they haven't made the acolytes yet. The Roman opinions are decent, definitely more balanced. That heavy investment into landowner than that Hatti has done, but it's all positive. So it's still quite balanced, and it can be argued that plus 400 opinion doesn't do. That's 200 too much. However, Rome just slid back to upset with their relation with landowner by funding a statesman city, a second one in the south that is funded damaged because the settler was damaged. So that's why we are seeing that, and it's going for worker first. Doesn't care about repairing the city. It just wants the worker. Although there is a minus 10% growth penalty, so I'm not quite sure from the top of my head if he would regain that turn if he spent it repairing. But I would tend to do that because it would also affect the training and the civics. Even if that's going to the stockpile, that's also another minor bonus.
And the discontent as well, of course. So interesting to note, one of Rome's generals has just become power hungry. So we've now got a power hungry general in Rome's side and a rising star governor for Hatti. So it'll be interesting to see if we get any Grand Viziers. We've had a few games so far this tournament where Grand Viziers have made quite a big impact. So it'll be interesting to see if we get another one here.
We'll see.
Doesn't look like they are particularly keen on rushing towards each other. It is a bigger map, so it would be harder to do. But yeah, this looks like it's going to be a slower paced game so far. Yeah, Phalanx on Rome. It looks like Hatti is still rushing towards their four laws, which they're going to have the text for four laws with sovereignty, or sovereignty, as I should pronounce it correctly, otherwise I'll be mocked. Yeah, sovereignty in 2 turns. So yeah, if he gets civics boost after that, then four laws is looking very doable for Hatti quite quickly. So yeah, heavy chariots will help him a lot. Although he doesn't have a garrison yet. In fact, I don't think he has any garrisons anywhere. So if that's the plan, then Hatti probably does want to think about getting some of those up sooner rather than later.
Yes, and I would suggest his capital possibly as a second priority is Rider seat because it's not developing yet, but the only spot that could get a stronghold at the moment is his capital. And in case he dies and his kid gets to a throne, upgrading a garrison straight up to a stronghold would definitely feel good. But I'm not sure if he has these kinds of possibilities on his radar at the moment.
Yeah, I
For a
mean,
cursed
yes,
leader,
he
his leader
he
is doing
doesn't
well, but
he doesn't have stone, but he does have money. He's got 329 with 188 coming in his turn, so he could certainly buy some. Stone is not that expensive yet. Yeah, a couple of turns income would get him most of the way to the garrison, certainly.
indeed,
But
a
yes, stone
garrison is
cutting
yeah.
would be useful. He still doesn't have stone cutting on turn 26, so that is generally something you will regret if you delay stone too much, certainly.
Rome is looking stronger and primitive, so I'm not sure if that is affecting the way he's thinking about the game at the moment. But yes, his economy can definitely afford a garrison. A garrison is 60 stone, 70 with buying the stone to make a urban tile. He can definitely afford that. So
And
yeah.
this is another good point as well. Of course, Hattie can keep chopping. Just because they've spent most of their wood doesn't mean they can't easily get some more.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, yeah, I would like to see a couple of garrisons. I mentioned it a few turns earlier, but if you're going for laws, about to unlock them with sovereignty and the civics boost sure to follow quickly, maybe not right away, but soon after, that would definitely be valuable. I expect stone cutting or navigation as the next tech, and I would suggest navigation just because stone boost on one hand and civics bonus on the other feels bad to pick between. And
Yes, indeed.
navigation is definitely not wasted anyway. So you've
As
delayed stone, you've got your shrine, you can get your garrison. Delay it more.
as
Would be
Aaron
my
as Aaron points out, there is a choice of a Grand Vizier right now being decided for Hattie. He could get his intelligent tactician to be a GV, which with 5 wisdom intelligent, that's going to be a huge science boost if he goes for it. So that will definitely be something. They'll become disappointed either. And what has happened there? No, we still haven't got a decision on that front
not
yet.
yeah, not quite as strong as a rising star, of course, attribute wise, but that's still a very decent character, intelligent in particular in every city. Then further boosted by the 5 wisdom for some multiplier is awesome. Potentially monstrous, some would say. He has a governor in his capital already, so he's prepared to keep agency there where he needs it the most. He already has building queues started in his other cities, so maybe the settler in Pasuhanda or the acolyte in Samuha are not guaranteed because nothing has been quite invested there yet. But yeah, it's
Yeah, I think the Vizier won't change your active building choices. It will change your queue potentially, or it'll ignore your queue if you haven't started it yet, or indeed anyway, I believe. But yeah, the actual choices you have active at the time the GV is appointed are respected, so they will get built. It looks like he might be changing his build queue choices to focus that before assigning the GV. That's certainly delaying that decision. But yeah, I think I would take that. I think 43 science is going to get significantly boosted. And
Indeed.
as one interesting consequence, he's decided against they've become disappointed with him not taking the Grand Vizier.
I'm
But yeah,
slightly
one
surprised.
interesting uh, side effect of not having very many resources is the Grand Vizier won't automatically build units if you don't have the resources for them. So he can quite manage quite well what the Grand Vizier would be allowed to build by his choice of what resources to buy or not. So you certainly wouldn't be seeing the Grand Vizier spamming warriors or slingers if he just doesn't have the iron or the stone to build them.
And it's interesting to me that Rome seems to have given up of going, well, opted out of going for follow. So I definitely understand. I was going to point out that the bonus from Astati being against, I might be saying something wrong. I believe against melee units, which makes them stronger than resilient to mounted melee, among others. I would have to check.
Yeah, just replying to the tech difference. Yeah, Hatti has got an awful lot of tech, both from events directly and free science from events. Um, the He also has 42 science a turn coming in compared to 33 for Rome. So there's a difference there. But yeah, a lot of that difference is events and yeah, free stuff.
Yes, indeed, 10 tech to 7 and higher science rate indeed. Which they both know. Hatti shows as erudite to Rome, and conversely, Rome shows as primitive to Hatti at the moment. The order difference is also still notable to this point. With yeah, Hatti consistently above, with 22 orders to 18. We went over that many times about the legitimacy, the exploration, war against more tribes, etc. But yeah, this is a consistent advantage by this point. I like that Hatti has moved his southern scout, south eastern scout forward a little bit, and is keeping an eye on his opponent a bit more directly. He saw the settling of Salernum. Quite probably knows that the city is hurt. He can see the units recuperating, and he's keeping close tabs on his opponent's expansion and what they are doing.
Yeah, so Rome's still really not done very much scouting. The scout is starting to push towards the centre of the map now, but it's painfully slow, and of course that's because Rome has all these low-level units taking a lot of orders to move around and attack barbarians with, whereas Hatti is a lot more efficient with their fewer but stronger units. It looks like they didn't go for the Danish site clear. They are gonna let that respawn. They've focused on killing the other unit was there, but yeah, that Danish camp is now one turn away from respawning, and the heavy chariot is still making heavy work of the barbarians down at this camp. Yeah, just one warrior or even a militia to support that heavy chariot would make this so much faster. We're talking about the difference between killing in one turn versus killing in two turns, and yeah,
Yeah.
really would be nice to see some support for that heavy chariot.
Yes, indeed. So I wish to note that Hatti, or good Klass scholar, has put a ping that I saw on the map. I want to found here. They probably don't want to found, but they spotted the border of the island. We can see it's barely peeking out from what they saw from the fog, so they know there's an island. They don't know how good or bad it is. What's up there? If there is a city site up there, they don't know that there's a rune, that there's two marble or four pearls. but they know there's a spot. So and they've picked up on that. So we'll see if they do something with it. But they have picked up on the presence of something to explore down there.
So yeah, to respond to Shiner Mummy's point, can Rome get a settler onto the empty site before the camp responds? No, they cannot. It's respawning in 4 years. Their nearest settler is coming out in 5. They don't actually even have vision on that site at all at the moment, so they may well just completely forget about it and let it respawn. We'll see if they have the presence of mind to send a unit up there to block it.
Or
Of course,
maybe, yeah, maybe they're just forgotten. They're not sure if it has respawned or not. It's easy to keep track, to lose track of
it is
over
it is very
six
easy
turns.
to lose track indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, no, that's absolutely fair. But it would be unfortunate if they do let it respawn. It would be really nice to get a unit there. And that's of course one of the other advantages of having the enormous vision which Hatti does. It's just it's very nice to see what's going on all the time. And Rome is comparatively blind. We've seen a couple more Roman moves towards the centre of the map. He's still getting there, but it's taking a long time. Some shrines. He's got all 4 shrines on the go now. Rome did get the 4 shrines ambitions. That makes sense. They're going to finish that in 5 turns.
Yeah.
Making some progress on their promote units 10 times ambition, but again, that's going to take a while to complete, I would imagine.
And Hatti is lazily using their heavy chariot to clear the barbarian without even bothering to cross the river because it doesn't change anything. It's 2 turns anyway unless they get a crit. So yeah, that's a little bit joyful and a little bit sad at the same time. But
that's
yeah.
arrogant. Is what that is. Is I don't even need. I'm just gonna take the penalty.
Yeah, I mean, if it's 2 turns, it's 2 turns. Whether you do 17 and 3 or 11 and 9, it's the same. Even if they got a crit from 11 is sufficient to clear. So I guess I see the logic, or I understand what they're doing, but yeah, it feels a bit sad. You just want any other unit there, and that would be significantly more efficient.
So once again, Hatti has a settler which is unable to do anything because he was not able to clear the Danish camp promptly. So that is a little bit unfortunate. That is going to respawn. He should be able to clear it in a couple of turns if he gets the wounded warrior up to attack next turn rather than taking another heal. But yeah,
indeed,
slightly dubious.
Still, it's a little bit striking to see how diligent Hatti was in producing settlers earlier, having them lined up with their camp quickly, but then it fell back, and I suppose there are still 60 to 5 at the moment against Rome, but I would say Rome is potentially capable to catch up quite quickly from this position if they stay grouped with their unit, deal with that Gaul camp in the south that is controlling a decent choke point, some mountainside, a few luxuries and resources, horses, an additional potential source of units, a spot in the corner has access to 2 marble somewhat easily, one from founding, one a little bit later. So these are decent spots, and it would clear his backline and make sure that raids are all coming from the same direction, which is often more important than the rate of raids. Is can you funnel them all in one direction and not have to waste order repositioning your defensive forces or not? So yeah, we'll see if he stays focused that way. He does have a few units up north, a militia, a slinger, so it's not like he's empty-handed up here. He's going to complete a warrior next turn as well. He's done his shrine, he's going for a barrack, and yeah, working on his development. They both got the same ambition to control for a shrine, they're both going for it. Maybe there's a bias for landowners or something they are sharing that explains that, but it's not so unlikely in general anyway.
So yeah, they're as Sion points out, Cliff's keeping up reasonably well. He's got 5 cities compared to Klass's 6, so it's certainly not a big difference there. Population-wise, Cliff is on 8 compared to Klass's 11. They've both now got one specialist. Klass has picked up a fisher on the trader site, we assume, for a huge amount of growth from Kadesh, but yeah, it's not too bad. I see Hattie Scout has actually ventured out into the sea now, so he has started exploring the Black Sea.
Oh,
Which is
good to see. I will note that at the end of his turn, Cliff went and just took the camp from the Colts. He will still have to deal with the units, but I approve of his priorities. He will be able to clean up the remaining units quite easily. He doesn't care about forest. His units are melee. So some efficiency there. He still has some events to resolve, apparently. Yeah, even from clearing the camp and an upgrade of his leader. He has a pick of Tracker, Bloodthirsty, Besieger, or Frugal. I would tend to be looking at Besieger and Frugal more than other traits there. We'll see what he picks.
Frugal would definitely be nice to get his economy going. What did he go for?
I don't
Frugal.
know yet.
You went Frugal.
Frugal in the end, yes. I do approve. His leader, well, not that Besieger is bad, but Frugal really helps. He opted for exploration, slavery, centralization. Decent. Oh no, I'm not looking at the right player. Sorry.
Yeah, Rome is still just on freedom.
Just freedom. Yeah. Yeah. So no slavery, no nothing. That would help. Rome has labor force, but they have not started making road, I believe, at the moment. So none of their city are connected. Roma is not on a river, so without making deliberate effort to get there, it won't happen by itself. When he joins the river, he will connect automatically with Salernum, and that's it.
Nice turn for Hattie here. He's got the civics boost, so 800 civics, so he has the option to adopt another law now, tyrannical constitution. He's got the land of hairy men, has given him a little even more extra science and wisdom, plus the return of Duke Katana, his fourth in line, a bit more wisdom on him as well. It's all looking very nice. Science is slowly but steadily climbing, even without very many specialists at all, still only on 1. There's a couple of apprentice acolytes coming out in 2 turns, so it looks like Hattie will be founding Zoroastrianism quite soon.
Yeah, and he sent a scout to the island he had spotted. So now he spotted a further island and cleared up the ruin. So good on him, excellent. And additionally, I want to point out, my dear Bunny, that I quite enjoy your pronunciation of sovereignty. So please do not change, and I will defend you against any scientific who occasionally mocks you.
Well, it's good to learn, isn't it? Every day's a school day, as they say. So
right. let's get back on track. Yeah, some workers in Kadesh starting to flourish with its growth. I'm not seeing any roads from. Oh, I am seeing roads from Hatti. He has identified that joining his capital to the river automatically connects him to the sea, and by extension, Paswanda, Kuzara already counts as connected as rider, but still they are officially connected now because of the positioning of his fair that you unfairly challenged at the beginning of the game. He has a urban connection to the coast, so the trader seat is connected as well, and because of that, the river joining the small inner sea connects Ugarit too. So with these 2 roads, all in all, he connected all his cities to his capital with the exception of Samuha. And he might be positioning to work on it with this worker move I just spied from the corner of my eye. It has to be said that roading is not as urgent for Hatti just because they can ignore heals, which is an awesome perk. And yes, he's resumed burning legitimacy for orders. He stayed at 13 spent. 130 orders spent, bought for quite some time, but he's done it 2 more times in the recent few turns. And I think that's what we are seeing, an infusion of order at the moment to better use his walkers and accelerate whatever he's doing. I hope he won't just forget to kill that skirmisher with his leader chariot.
Yeah. So we are seeing
Oh, indeed.
123 legitimacy for Hatti now versus 87 for Rome. Rome has actually used the order buying ability a couple more times now. They're up to 3 uses. So he hasn't completely forgotten about that. That's good to see. But yeah, definitely not making anywhere near as much of use of it as Hattie is.
Yeah, I am delighted to have caught on stream briefly that the heavy chariot got a useless crit, inflicting 22 points of damage on this 9 HP skirmisher once again.
Across a river, no less.
Oh, across a river and on a urban tile, providing 25% defense. Indeed, absolutely delightful to see. We have a warrior coming up in Kusara, so he's working slightly on his military. He's picking up on the fact that yeah, this is not quite enough anymore. He can do things with it, but not super efficiently. Certainly not while he's clearing multiple sites. Not only could have cleared this spot much earlier and found the Paswanda easier, but his chariot would be healed. He wouldn't have had to spend so much time cleaning up whatever remains afterward, and probably took some steps against Gaulish impertinence in the south.
Yeah, some more units would definitely help. Klass definitely over investing in settlers again. He's already building another 2 settlers, despite the fact he's got 1 sitting around kicking his heels already. So he's still planning on expanding a lot more, but yeah, he's not there yet.
Mm-hmm. I do agree with making a settler in Kadesh. It is a trader city with 3 growth resources. A 3-turn settler looks good, right? But more other cities should be making warriors or whatever he has access to help supplement his heavy chariot. I would argue.
Yeah, or even just another worker. He has the orders to make use of the workers. So so why not actually use them as opposed to a settler who's just going to sit around doing nothing for a while.
Yeah, fair enough. He could get a quick walker instead. Getting the settler earlier, I can get that, but he's probably not clearing the camp in 3 turns. Oh, he might. He might. His
So
tacticians, his warriors are decently healed, so.
Hasn't pulled the trigger on Tyranny versus Constitution yet. Obviously, Constitution, he has no urban specialists yet, so he's getting really no benefit from that at the moment. He will, in a couple of turns, have a couple. Still only 2 science, so it's not super valuable. Maybe he just is going to ignore that completely and wait until that gets better to avoid the upkeep. Tyranny is also another decent option, although with the fact that he's not really building units, he doesn't really need either of the bonuses that Tyranny gives him, either the extra training or the money per military unit in training in territory. So perhaps he is just going to ignore that law until he's ready to actually have strongholds. So he has just pinged get governor builder here. He wants to get a governor building in Samoa. I'm not quite sure what he's thinking with that.
I'm not sure much of a priority that is. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a super high priority. I would really want to see a garrison in Atusa. It's no good getting your follows online if you don't have a garrison to start stronghold at that point. Well, I guess it's always valuable to have the card in your sleeve, but yeah, a bit more, let's say, synchronization, forward planning. If you're going for your unique unit, which is very powerful as we saw with just the bonus one so far, get your garrison online. You can do that early, cheaper than before. That's always half an order. At least get one where you can reasonably get to developing.
We are saying another ping as well. He wants to put his scientist in Kadesh, so he's identified he can get another 3.4 science out of his power-hungry intelligent tactician. So yeah, that's definitely a good use of 100 civics.
Indeed, that makes sense, and he has ample civics to adopt constitution or tyranny. Yeah, I'd say tyranny at the moment. It's not like he has any urban specialist ability. Well, he's just completing to a acolyte, so maybe the two science could do something.
Yeah,
He
I
doesn't
think I
have
agree.
any military
Tyranny.
units either at the moment, so
I,
but
I
the
do.
training boost would help him get there, I think.
Yeah, I do think I agree. Tyranny doesn't give a huge amount of bonus, but it is better than two science probably. And yeah, while he doesn't really need it immediately, he is going to want it eventually for law count, and
Hmm.
you might as well get it in earlier rather than later. I think the upkeep is worth paying for it. Obviously, he wants to get navigation and serfdom up as soon as possible, but he has the orders to do that,
Yeah.
and enact tyranny, and enact his governors as well. And by orders, I mean civics, of course.
Yeah, of course, of course. So yeah, and Rome is alright, catching up in shrines. So they have a one completed, but there's a second one in the works in Roma directly. There's one in the works in Villa Erasini, and
Yes, all his
yeah,
shrines are being built. They're all going to be done in 3 turns. He doesn't have polytheism yet, so he can't build any more. But he has built all of them that he can, or is building all of them that he can.
yeah. I was just giving an update on that. You mentioned it a few turns back. Phalanx in 2 turns, so sure, it's a good insurance and a good prophylactic move to get Phalanx if you're facing a nation with a mounted unique units to the despair of our good scion, but. But still, it delays everything else. It delays additional laws. It delays so it doesn't look like they are going for a quick confrontation at any rate. They've been at it for about 2 hours. We host excused from that count, and I suppose that he's keeping an eye on Rome. I'm still surprised that 2 hours and close to 30 turns in the game, Rome hasn't put more priority on finding out about the borders of their opponent. They are still in the middle of the map. They still haven't met all tribes. They still haven't seen the borders of their opponent. I will check that from the minimap. Yeah, that scout is not has not fallen back. It's still or only slightly. It has barely crossed the middle point of the map. He has no idea about southern geography. No idea about the island that no doubt Klass Koala is already dreaming of for Hatti, and hasn't found the borders of his opponent where his cities are. So this is a bit of a single player syndrome where unless your opponent manifests, you kind of play like you're alone on the map. That it's not the case. It's worse. Prioritizing your scout, even if it leaves a walker inactive from here and there, and it's not really forgivable if you're a schemer and you can just buy the orders. So you don't have to use it to the maximum extent every turn, but at least take the time over 30 turns to move it forward until you know where your opponent is at. They can have an idea of all the progress and where they settled. It is an important thing that will you will regret not doing it when you'll get the nasty surprises more likely than not. He's
Yeah,
getting an
so I think
additional
it's
scout but not moving the existing one, so I'm not sure I agree with that.
yeah, no, that does seem fair. So yeah, just to pick up on one of your earlier points there, yeah. So turn 29, we are 2 hours in. I think it is actually about 2 hours since they started playing, but
Hmm.
yeah, this is the effect of not having a turn timer. They are not playing particularly fast, and yeah, with this big map, Rome, yeah, hasn't even seen Hatti's borders yet, so it's going to be a long old stretch, this one.
It definitely seems like it. I get it. Timers can be stressful. we're not used to it. Coming from a single player, that's not even something you can really experiment with unless you go out of your way to emulate multiplayer. And I get that not everyone can play quickly and all that, but if you can, it is considerate to your opponent in particular to have a middle timer or even a slow timer, something that will remind you occasionally that it's good to try to keep some pace. Um, I will be happy to stream for, well, at least for 40 more minutes to midnight, my time, and possibly longer, maybe to 1 a.m. But please don't feel like you have to stay. Fluffy, I very much enjoy your company, but I thank you already abundantly for having joined for the first part of the stream. But
My
this is
pleasure.
taking
It's
time.
always fun to comment. Yes, I didn't mean to sound overly negative there, but yeah. Yeah, no, I probably won't stay for the full stream, but yeah, we'll see where we go for the moment, certainly. Hattie still hasn't managed to clear that Danish camp, and they're not doing that this turn. And the heavy chariot is moving on to another camp. I really would like to see them all converging on one camp just to clear so much more efficiently.
Still despising rivers. I'm not sure how I feel about that. There are, at the very least, there are ranged units all around you. It's not that bad to be standing in a forest. Sure, you'll be in range of the unit of the central camp. And if you're going to clear and use your damage, take the camp first. Here, it would take 3 attacks at most to kill the elite skirmisher on the camp. And by at most, I mean there's a reasonable chance for a crit at 37% on each of the first 2 attacks. Your healing, you can tank a little bit. Standing in a forest would be okay. The melee unit would go toward you, possibly offer you the possibility of a route attack, doing double whammy. It will capitalize on your ability to circle attack and inflict token damage on top. That might be determining when you are doing some knife 9 or 11 points of damage. If you're doing 9 damage, think about it. It means that if you have 2 damage inflicted by circle attacks over 2 turns because you're dealing with something else, then it's only 2 attacks instead of 3 to deal with the next unit. So uh, okay, you can disregard the enemy unit. You can afford to be arrogant, to attack across a river, to not stand on a forest, but it's still slower. It's still costlier in order, in time. You will once again get a settler too early. So worth paying attention to the way you go about camps, even if you're not in danger, even if there's nothing critical to that, you can still do it better.
So I see Hattie's king has married these Rising Star Governor of Vatusa, so he's getting some extra stats from her, some extra yield from her stats, which is always nice to see.
Affable, inspiring, and drunk. Still very decent stats. 2 wisdom, 7 charisma, 2 courage, and slightly negative on discipline with a -1. Very decent character indeed. They are plus 80 and they are not yet influenced, I believe. No, they are not. So he could get them to pleased and have a plus 50% bonus on all the positive yield generation there and a minus 50% on the negative one. So well worth the investment. We'll see if he picks up on that.
So yeah, and of course that is his second wife. He already had a wife, so he's taken a second wife there. She is young enough potentially to give him some more kids. He already has quite a few, plus some grandkids, but it's always a possibility for some more. We are seeing some pings popping up there. He's saying he wants to get culture in his rider's seat, so he is, I would imagine, thinking about his unique unit. He did pick up tyranny, so he has pulled the trigger on tyranny. Makes sense. I think that's a good plan. And yeah, he also wants to get camps on those two fertiles, no doubt, to help him get the culture he needs in his rider's seat. He is only 9 turns away from developing culture in his rider's seat, so it won't be too much of a delay by the time he gets to Garrison Town as well before he can get a stronghold up. But I imagine he's thinking also about getting that city up to strong culture, which he'll want for his second level unique unit.
Indeed, indeed. I wonder how he will get culture in Kadesh. He might get 2 culture per turn from the gem mine, and that's I think the only obvious one. He doesn't have drama, I believe. No, he doesn't. He's built all his shrines, so there's no obvious easy culture at the moment. Maybe assigning a resource, which is definitely very efficient in a trader city, but he will need luxuries to be able to do that. The gems can be improved for 2 resources a turn, but to 2 culture a turn, it's already 1 culture a turn. It will still take some time before I can grow up the culture in that city, which is a bit lagging, I would say. You should
Yes, not ideal.
prioritize culture earlier in your trader seat because you will be able to get an elder shopkeeper at one point who benefits from extra culture. The bonus is growth per culture level.
Well,
So
indeed, and I think that's an interesting point as well, because yes, he hasn't built his elder shopkeeper, and that is, you're saying, what else is he going to build other than a settler in with that much growth? I think an elder shopkeeper is worth doing. I mean, it's 8 years,
yeah,
but it's
absolutely, yeah.
it's still a lot more useful than a settler or even 2 settlers that just can't do anything because he hasn't cleared camps for it. So
Sure, and he has more settlers anyway, so I suppose he wants to settle the Dane spot early, sure, but he has a settler that's been waiting for 5 turns, just a little bit south, so maybe a slight reevaluation of priorities to be slightly less eager with settlers and a bit more diligent with unit production. At the end of the day, it's better to have a camp clear and no settler so long as your opponent is not contesting or killing you, than to have your unit stuck eternally spending orders every turn, and settlers just waiting, twiddling their thumb, eating your food every turn. Uh,
So interestingly, we are seeing some wonder pings from Hatti now. So he's pinged the Hanging Gardens in Kasara and the Ishtar Gate in Hattusa. So yes, where Simamori says he smells an Ishtar in Hatti's future, I think Hatti is thinking along those lines as well indeed. Although he is still a long way away from the resources he needs to build those wonders. Even the Hanging Gardens is quite far out of reach. He could be chopping some wood to make that a lot quicker, but yeah, he's not really there yet.
yes, I wonder if he's going to. All right, no. So what happened with that settler? I thought he was going to synchronize the settler from Kadesh with the clearing of the Dane camp at long last, but
Well,
no.
he has the settler, the landowner settler, who's been
Yes,
sitting
yes,
there
of
for a long
course.
time. That could
Yeah,
happily go and settle.
yeah. I was going to be slightly snarky and say that I wonder if he was using his trader settler and so consigning the landowner one to 10 more tons of weight or of waiting, or if he was going to use the landowner one and make the build in Kadesh irrelevant. Um, but
Nepotism
yeah.
council, yeah. I've just picked up on that. Yes, his chancellor and ambassador are both his children. So yeah,
Oh, yes, yes. Well spotted.
well
Thank you.
well
Yes.
tutored, nicely statted kids on the council gaining XP. Very nice to see.
Yeah, beautiful growth, beautiful XP. Yeah, estranged from the king, from the prince, interceded. What happened there? Was there a bypassing at one point? It doesn't look
Yeah.
like it.
No bypass, but yeah, not sure. Just event. So he's got his settled riders on that Danish camp that he's just cleared. Decided not to go for a landowner city. I guess he's seeing the horses there and thinking that would be a nice place to build some more chariots, which is fair enough. Can't argue too much with that, I suppose.
Yeah, it would be a bit better if you settled it on the next tile, since you would have gotten the horse got. I recently understood
Yes,
there's one that's English and the other one which is American. So, but
That's very true.
Yeah.
He could have picked those horses up immediately. That would have been good. But of course, the Dane is standing there, so he would have had to wait yet another turn. In fact, 2 turns, because he can't even clear that Dane in 1 turn at the moment. So
Oh,
I
that's
guess the question
misery.
is,
7 and 5. Yes.
was it worth delaying that city by another 2 turns to get that horses in borders?
I'm not
Maybe,
sure.
to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. I would have liked the horses in. I mean, if you're going rider and you want chariots, get it from founding. That's just easy. Maybe not if you're a builder on the throne and can just get to your mental or whatever. But in this case, it's going to take works to get more than one than a turn, most likely to get the horses in there. Let's say you put a barrack, okay, you'll get it, but then you have to start delayed on getting the pasture and yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not entirely. Well, as constructive feedback, I've probably talked about it too much already, but yeah, a bit less priority on settlers, get a few more units, and get your units in groups of at least 2, preferably 3, if you want to maximize efficiency. It's not always doable. And if you have a smaller group, it's probably better just on the defense, reacting passively to raids without spending orders, or when you are splurging as a skimmer because you can do that. But yeah, that's one thing that could be improved here. Don't get me wrong, Hatti is playing a fine game. I would say more focused than Rome overall, with the early chariot, prioritizing the right bonus cards, um, getting his
Yeah,
shrines online, making a play for Zoroastrianism, getting his laws.
you certainly can't criticise the Hatti scouting. If you look at the fog that's left on the map for him, there's basically none. He has seen almost all of the land there is to see, and yeah, he's keeping a close eye on Rome.
Uh,
Knows exactly what's going on and what he's going to be doing in the future.
mhm.
So yeah,
Yeah,
nicely done.
yeah. He spotted that city in the middle. I wonder if he's going to go for it. It would require effort, but after all, he's going navigation, if I remember correctly.
He is, yeah, he's 3 turns from navigation at the moment, so I think it would be worth getting some biremes up. I think that's definitely a solid use of his time because, yeah, getting a bireme chain across that coast would actually let him just get right up in Rome's face very quickly.
And any city on that spot, and it's an awesome city spot as well. I mean, there's barley, there's 4 pearls, there's 2 marble tiles. It's a great city in itself, slightly constrained in space. You'd have to do some effort if you were playing One City Challenge here, but it's great. And with the vision range you get from the borders of your city over water, it would be awesome control. You would be sure to know about any naval adventure from his opponent, so well worth it, I believe. Rome has to pick between the order boost, the forestry, steel, and citizenship. I hope they don't click on citizenship. Not that it's not good, but it's longer term steel after phalanx. So sure, legal code will ensure that you will get sufficient civics to adopt laws from there on. Not that he has many yet. Uh,
Yeah, I'm
but
actually not sure I'd hate citizenship here, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, legal code is a nice law. He's got the time. He's not under pressure at all. I mean, yeah, he still hasn't got
yeah.
navigation or aristocracy, which would be earlier priorities.
hmm
Um,
Yeah, but to me, okay, to me it's a lack of focus that I would criticize. If you're going to do 70% of a scholarship rush, going up to ignoring early laws for phalanx, then clicking on citizenship, which is good. It's a good law, no doubt. Court houses are good, the legal code is good, divine rule is good, but this is a long-term payout. And if you're going to found Rome with a skimmer leader, is it really what you should be looking for? I'm not sure. To me, it doesn't go in the same direction. So maybe I'm having a straight read because I associate Rome is championed strongly, and the extra fatigue and the mobility you get out of that, and the schemers with scouting, with invisible scouts. But yeah, it feels like his picks and his strategies are not quite synced up together. And yeah,
And
right,
he
that's
went for
what we are
citizenship.
seeing. Yeah. So I
Yeah,
was a bit worried about that.
I mean, I'm conflicted because, yeah, Rome is great in the early game. They have huge advantages in the early game. All that extra training lets them, and the champions lets them rush very quickly military units. But it's clear that that is not what Cliff is doing. He's not going for a rush strategy. He may have picked Rome just because he wanted the defense and to be able to build a nice defensive army quickly. But I think Cliff is playing the long game, and it looks like his opponent is going to indulge him in that. So in that case, it's not terrible.
I
I
mean,
could see it working out. He does need to get some more science up. Some courthouses and scribes everywhere would be quite nice. Having said that, he does need culture. He has only got 5 weak cities at the moment. He won't even be able to build courthouses until he gets to developing culture, which is going to happen in a couple of his cities next turn, 2 turns. So that'll help a little bit. But yeah, he's not going to get full benefit of citizenship for quite a while, certainly.
yeah, but in my mind, it doesn't quite mesh together. God knows I'm still a legal code fiend, even if I appreciate and recognize the value of divine rule. But adopting legal code where it's your second law, you're getting 20 civics out of it. So it's better than nothing, but it's not great. And divine rule when you are very far from polytheism, sure it improves things, but it's not massive. And and it's an 11 turns investment after a 10 turn investment, and he's not quite set up to make the most out of courthouse. He's sure his capital is going to be developing quite soon, his statesman seat as well, but everything else has to catch up, as you were pointing out. So I don't love it
Yeah,
overall. It
it's not
doesn't quite
ideal.
mesh
It's
the
not
rest.
ideal.
And going for the
Rome is
long
up
play,
to
yeah,
8 techs now versus Hatti's 12, so they are catching up a little bit on number of technologies discovered, even if they are still primitive, I would guess. Yeah, erudite. So yeah, still quite a tech differential there. But
yeah, our science rate is 34 to 52. So sure, Hatti, Klass got better luck with his leader catching up and overtaking the wisdom from his opponent Skimmer despite being cursed. So this cannot really be planned for. But if anything, if you're going to gambit on the long game, which can be very satisfying and can work, if your opponent lets you get away with it, you need to know if your opponent is going to let you get away with it. So if you're doing that, you need better scouting and earlier. What you can see is that your opponent has adopted 4 laws. Uh, sure, you just got phalanx and could upgrade to spearmen with your warriors, but you're in no position to do that. They're all hurt. They're all busy hunting goals at the moment. What you have in your champion seat at the moment is 1 slinger and 1 warrior. Your champion seat is investing in acolytes at the moment, of all things. So. I what I'm saying is that there are several ideas here that could all be argued for, that are all decent plays, but they are not pulling in the same direction, is what I would say. If you're going to evaluate and wish to go for the long play, maybe it works, but then keep a closer eye on your opponent. At least your scout have it forward and try to keep track of where the army is, where the borders are, if they have access to naval movement, things like that. You don't want to. It's so easy going for the long game to get caught with your pounced on your ankles that you should take some measures to be warned early. And I see him hesitating on going for forestry, and I'm happy. That
yes, interesting. Simon points out citizens have said of forestry when you have access to landowners and there's lots of groves about. All that wine in the statesman seat is a convincing case for forestry. And interestingly, Cliff has changed his mind and gone for forestry. So
yeah,
that is something to see.
I like to see that. So and it's important. to be able to reconsider your tech choice. Even if you do that one turn late and you've invested a little bit of science, it might be worth doing. That's something you can, at any rate. I understand there's turn timer pressure in some games, not this one, but then with a tight turn style, you can still reconsider your tech pick during your opponent's turn. So, he's going back to citizenship, and I'm sad again. I'm going to catch up on Hatti,
Oh
it's
my
their turn,
word!
but yeah.
What is happening over in Rome?
But I like the deep consideration. I don't agree with the decision, but at least it's considering, so better than nothing. Alright, on the Hatti side, so we have a Hidden Settler again. Apparently he managed to find the missing point of damage to finish his Dane. Maybe I thought it was a ranged unit, but maybe it was a melee one who took 1 point of counter attack during their turn and that thus got in range
Possibly.
to get
It
killed.
could also be family opinions. He did just pick up the Book of Secrets last year for another 40 family opinions, so he may
Oh
be
yes, the 5% might be
next to
enough indeed. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
It's one thing to notice is riders have one cool perk, which is that they like having generals, and assigning generals is one of the actions that are instant in a turn. So sometimes just with that you can get the little bit you're missing to cross over an opinion threshold. He pretty much has Zoroastrianism, yeah, founded just his turn, and is making a rancher in Atusa, a second rancher in Ugarit. This will be done, the later one will be done in 3 turns. He already has Labor Force, so he's probably clinching both early game religions. His heavy chariot has dealt with all the raiders and the extra units at the goal site, but it's about to spawn another unit in 2 turns, which he won't be able to, or which he will just be able to prevent, maybe with a crit. Um, yeah, he still has a shot of preventing that, uh, but he's going to clear that spot in the end with only his chariot. Which, as I said, works. It's just slow to use even a single strong unit. Maybe if you one-shot everything, you can argue for it, but if you almost one-shot, it's not worth it anymore.
Rome just had the choice, interestingly, to get Zoroastrianism shred due to the Fire in the Market event. He chose not to take that. He's just annoyed them instead and got some training in free militia. I guess Rome is wanting to concentrate on his Roman paganism and just wants a sole religion. I think I would have gone for Zoroastrianism personally. It's extra culture is always good. A little bit of world religion, you can benefit. It's always nice to be able to benefit from what your opponent is doing. So if Hatti puts investment into Zoroastrianism and starts adopting theologies, then if you can piggyback off the back of that, then that's definitely good. But,
Yeah, indeed. I think I tend
Clifford
to
decided not
agree. I
to
tend to
go for
take
it.
pretty much all religion spread via event, but yeah, there are. Alright, you're getting complimented in the chat, and welcome. It's pure luck. I don't think I have held you since you joined, but welcome to the stream. I hope you have fun with what you see and with bantering with our community.
Yes,
Uh,
indeed. Welcome on board, and thank you for the compliment. I definitely lose jewels. I have lost a couple recently, and yeah,
it
I'm sure it
happens.
will happen in the tournament. I am not at all confident of winning, so we will see. Some interesting games ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So Solver is mentioning that, but actually, when we change the rules because they're obviously broken, and we find out in a duel, it's typically at the request of Soren, and I won't say more.
Hmm. Right, come on then. What's happening? Let's get back to the game. It's Hatti's turn. He has some free wine in Samua.
Yeah, his tech is looking good. 2
Even
turns stone cutting, 3 turns mid drill, 4 turns phalanx. It's all looking good. So we are seeing some payout of going for earlier investment rather than very direct beelining.
it's but yeah, it's another grove resource on the map from this event. Which, looking at all these growth resources, then Lancon does seem like a pretty solid pick. He is, as you say, finally going for stone cutting, which better late than never for sure. Turn 34 stone cutting is something.
Yeah, yeah.
But it doesn't seem to have hurt him so far. He's Oh, of course, this is slavery. Yeah, he's getting +4 from
Yeah.
all the cities. Yeah.
That's what slavery allows, or that's why it's a good law. Not that freedom is a bad one, but I think both are very legit law early on. Of course, your mileage may vary depending on your playstyle and what you are going for in a specific game. It might be more or less worth it, but you made good use of it. If there's any game you can delay stone cutting. He didn't have obvious good quarry sites early on. He didn't bite the bullet. Didn't make any. Well, of course not. I'm being silly at the moment. But he didn't have great quarry opportunities early. He didn't need that much stone because he went pretty much only for shrines as urban improvement so far. If we exclude the fair he got for free as a trader player, a cheater. So he's been able to do fine, just buy enough stone for his shrines. Going entirely without slingers is, I'd say, not the best, but since he's pretty comfortable knowing exactly where Rome is, where Rome stands, knowledgeable about his advantages, that's decent play. He made a good job of that, I believe. And now, when he's going for stone cutting at long last, he has secured his force law. He has spoked wheel and is working on his first chariot in the Kusara. I don't believe he has produced any earlier. Decent setup, I think. He made it work.
So players are just discussing a possible switch to simultaneous, although they're talking about doing that at turn 40. I'm not quite sure why, but it might be helpful to speed up the game. Obviously, there's no player versus player conflict happening, and there doesn't look like there's any chance of that happening at the moment. So, they certainly could. Certainly an option.
Yeah, and I would say I felt like I've been yapping about Hatti a lot, looking at their play, but I think they are playing slower than Rome at the moment, because when I toggle to Rome and start discussing about them, we get back to Hatti pretty quickly. So it might just be perception bias on me, because I've not been very diligent and following strictly the player whose turn it is. But it feels like Rome has been playing a bit faster. And to be fair, they have slightly less orders and maybe not as difficult decisions sometimes. I don't know. But yeah, certainly I like the unit use and the concentration better on the Roman side. I like the overall planning and execution better, I think, on the Hatti side. Besides some, I think the split of having his leaders by himself on the heavy chariot and the units. I've promised 10 times that I wouldn't talk about it anymore and then gone back. But yeah, I would suggest maybe for further rounds of the tournament to maybe highlight a bit more that the timer is slightly better rather than implying multiple sessions from the get-go. Uh,
Yeah, and I think besides that, also just playing in simultaneous, like I mean, I hadn't even really thought about it, but yeah, they've been playing the last 12 turns in tight, and there's not really been any need for that. They could quite happily have been playing in simultaneous all this time.
yeah.
Just happily spotted. There's a little bit of city side blocking going on from Hatti down in the south of Rome's territory. He's occupying one of his city sites there. I'm not quite sure what the point of that is. There's no. I suppose there is a settler not too far away, but it's not like the scout's going to be able to stay there for very long if Rome
I,
comes and contests it.
yeah, I can only assume it's respect for his player, for his opponent. He assumes that Rome is playing similarly to him and has three settlers just waiting. So this is the cheeky scout play where
Makes sense.
the only case where you can decide to show your scout as a skimmer. Uh, yeah, cheeky skimmer player. Sorry, not cheeky settler. And yeah, but Rome is busy clearing goals, but they could perfectly strangle this scout in their sleep. And yeah, there's not
Yeah,
much point to blocking in that case.
it seems a little bit reckless to me. Like, I mean, if Hattie had kept an order spare, then they could have just waited for Rome to move up to an attack and then moved the scout away before they could actually kill it.
Yes,
Um,
but that's Yorkshire man level play, right? Remembering that you're on toy, that you can move your civilian unit during your opponent's turn, and all that. I won't begrudge Klass for not having that one on hand, but certainly blocking the camp when you know the military units are around, that they are sufficient to one shot kill your well, not one shot, but one turn kill your scout is risky for sure.
yes, 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 yes. So the Roman settler has turned up. He does actually see the scout now. Not that the settler had would be able to reach the site this turn, so it's not
Hmm.
actually delaying him yet.
But I
Um,
am imagining a frown on the face of the Roman king and disapproval of
fair,
such a underhanded method.
fair.
Uh,
It's an interesting question, actually, isn't it? Because I guess if the Romans could actually kill that scout next turn if it stays there,
yes,
but he would have to leave that Gaul skirmisher, which probably would then respawn the camp. So he probably doesn't want to do that.
I
But
would
I guess the
probably
play would
kill
be
the
to.
scout myself still,
I
but
I think
yeah, I would
I
take
think the
the
play
risk
here is to
on the goal.
kill the Gaul. I think, and then if the scout's
Hmm.
still there, accept the settler being blocked for another turn, then go kill it next turn. I mean, obviously Rome doesn't know this, but yeah, the Hattie's got 4 scouts. That one scout is not super valuable. Killing it
Hmm.
isn't really going to make too much odds. So Hattie can
Yeah, sure. I'm not arguing that it's the
straight
best
away.
play, but I'm thinking that just for the joy of typing first blood in chat, I would probably still go for it. Uh, we'll see or Cliff and Rome sees that provocation.
Simon Mummy's asking, said, I asked how many orders you used to scout, and I believe Fluffy answer was all of them. And I stand by that answer. I do stand by that answer, but not at
Yeah,
the expense of a camp that you've just busily been clearing, respawning.
yeah,
It's
I
orders are
believe
not
that's
the only
fair.
consideration here.
Yeah, absolutely. And anyway, they couldn't reach without killing the skirmisher, or not enough units to be decisive without expanding forced marches and everything because of the zone of control of the skirmisher. So the right play is move your commander, keep it adjacent to another warrior, kill it in one go, and then at least scare away the scout, or kill it if you're lucky with the creators or something. I think that's the play that would work. Going for another settler right away in Salernum. I didn't quite see if he was in time with his slinger to block the camp respawning. I believe he was. But at the end of the day, he still has a spot ready for another settler, just westward of Rome. He's getting raided by Gauls, but he's well ready to handle that with his units and the first spearman in production in Aquincum in the north. So yeah, in terms of unit positioning, I like Rome better. Having a pair of units producing more, not spending too many orders, are just defensive, reactive, dealing with raids or surprises. Having a unit guarding a camp, and then a group of 3 proving quite efficient in dealing with tribes and well, not managing to deter scouts. He still hasn't moved his scout forward. This I don't approve of. Hatti seems to be considering a turn of rest and recuperation for his small wire force north. Chariot still in the work in the rider's seat. His chariot moved and attacked the camp, but it was still in time to respawn a unit. So despite the awesome strength, the healer trait, this is taking a long time. We have two settlers hanging now, one in the Londoner city toward the south, and the trader one that is well offering the other cheek up north, facing a Dane. Still a little bit of harvesting, it seems, with the scout that is close to his northern border. He opted to pick Portcullis. He had the choice of Portcullis, coinage, metaphysics, and monasticism. I agree with the pick. I think, well, one could argue that monasticism would be maybe a superior long-term play, but he doesn't need to target the long term. He has quite enough. He's already able to well, he has the laws to produce his unique unit. He opted for a second mine in his capital rather than a garrison. However, he hasn't started a garrison in his rider seat, so that will be 4 more turns to added delay of to his stronghold. He's working diligently on his culture to get to developing, but he won't have his garrison at the same time anyway. So a bit of desync here. I hope he will attack with his unit. Yes, do that first, please. Maybe he will kill in a second attack. Not quite. Not the right crit. But yeah, that goal site is finally dealt with. There's another one though, so maybe this chariot will finally have to go back heal for 2-3 turns. He's not an herbalist. I'll have to do the trip back again to get to deal with the next spot.
Yeah, it's so sad to see this site clearing is so slow. I mean, it's taken 6, 7, 8 turns. I'm not even sure how long it's taken
Yeah.
to clear this camp, but it could have been so much faster. Just to go back to chat for a minute, what's the Centre Island like? I don't think we covered that. So the Centre Island is looking very tasty indeed. It's a double marble, quadruple pearl site with a barley as well, so very nice for traders. I think it would be worth Hattie going for that. Hattie is researching portcullis. I'm not sure about portcullis. Yes, he will be able to get spy masters up. He will be able to get vision on the enemy side, but I'm not sure that's his most important priority at the moment. I think I'd rather be focusing on things that let him win. Yeah, I'm just looking at the alternatives now. Yeah, they're not ideal, admittedly. Monasticism, maybe if you're going for religion play, he does have Zoroastrianism, so we could have taken some advantage of that. Plus, got some
Oh.
more shrines out. But yeah, all right, fair enough.
Sorry,
Portcullis
mute
isn't
error. So I provided insightful, funny, and interesting commentary, but for Fluffy's ears only.
Oh dear, unfortunate. I'm sorry. I could have been taking up the slack there, but I was listening to the pearls of wisdom that No Legs Kitten was imparting.
All right, that's too much. I don't even know how to answer now. But yeah, so his clearing comes well, a bit slowly, a bit inefficiently, but still he's clearing camps. He still has a city advantage, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, 7-5. So Rome is about to boot the scout out and get an additional city. They have another settler in the work. in the south, but it will take time before it completes and it reaches the site and it settles. There's this third site that he has just cleared, but no one in position. So one of the players is missing units and the other one is missing settlers.
Yes, yeah. So both sides are going to settle a city next turn by the looks of it. So they will keep their disparity for the time being. I think on that note, I'm probably going to have to drop off now. I think I've reached my time limit for this stream, but I don't know if you're planning on continuing streaming for a bit, Hidden.
Yes, we have. I have an opportunity to have an interesting work meeting in the middle of the night, so I think I will push streaming for a bit more, probably an hour. I was delighted to have you on board as a co-commentator. That's a bit the OG, right? The first time I commentated with someone, it was you, so I enjoyed it very much. Thank you for your time and good night.
Good times, yes. Thank you for having me, and yes, by stream, and I will leave you in Kitten's capable hands. But yes, enjoy the game. Hope it goes well. Bye for now.
Bye bye. And alright, I don't know how capable my hands can be said to be just after an unmute mistake, but I will strive to improve and we'll see what I can do to keep entertaining and maybe even bringing you a little bit of additional commentary. So yeah, I was harping on about the lack of settler on one side, the lack of units on the other, the completion of the cities are still an advantage, a head start of 2 cities on the Hatti side compared to Rome. So despite everything we derided with the waiting settlers on the Hatti side, they still have a city advantage, and it's not likely to abate. On their side, they have this spot to settle next turn, inevitably, and should be able to consolidate here without too many issues. Here it looks like they might deal with a few units, but might have to go back again, heal, recuperate before they truly engage. And I think no, all the tribes are still 4 strength, not quite 5 strength unit on the board, but that will start to be a bit more straining for this force of warriors. So at least this is a melee unit. If they move in, they will take damage from the counter attack from the tactician here. But yeah, still slow clearing and slow settling on the Roman part. I believe our players have gone back to simultaneous turn, so I will have to hop slightly randomly between our players to make things progress. Yeah, so Hatti is done with their turn. I don't know if they're waiting for their opponent at the moment. Rome has spent all their orders. They've made an Aegean in Roma. They are going for another settler. This one will be produced slightly more efficiently in 5 years. This one starting 1 turn ago still has 7 years to go. He's cleared his skirmisher inefficiently. That guy could have done it in one hit, but he spent 2. Still, I think the signs would be clear, and instead of delaying the settler, it simply rerouted them toward the south. And I would say this is a better spot anyway. Alright, there's no growth resource immediately usable. This will be with groves, but he's not going forestry toward the land consolidation, but toward citizenship at the moment, which will do nothing to improve on that, and will probably be not as strong even for science than the groves would be, with all these citrus, all these wine resources. As Rome in particular, the Fabi really like wine, the statesmen too, the Julius too, so wine is something that could redirect you there, and because Rome starts with polis, which admittedly is not the most flashy of second tier tech you can get from the start, it gets you a strong start toward forestry and land consolidation. That's definitely a play, going for land consolidation if you identify that the terrain is appropriate with Rome, and then you subvert expectation, gaining up wood to fuel something archer based or something of that kind. You might get an early horseman or horse archer for your trouble, and then you can redirect toward the military drill. Your champion seat production might be enough to cover without barracks early on, and then of course composite bow that everyone knows and loves. Ranges, archers, you have the wood, you can do awesome stuff. And once you get there, you can push on to manor the three longbowmen and even bodkin arrow. So this works together. It's important to identify, and at the end of the day, if you're going for a longer term play, starting with Rome, you're just as well started as if you started as Assyria. You have a tier 1 and tier 2 tech on the pass, and but in this case you have the strength that you can improve your military production even more early on and get steel easily, or beeline composite bow or treacherously early. That's the Assyrian play. As Rome, if you go slightly longer term, you can go forestry land consolidation if there's enough grove around. This will support your science quite nicely. Just with the grove resources he has in his terrain, that's 3 here. He hasn't even improved his fur in the meantime, to be fair, so I don't know how quick he would be with his growth. 5, so that's 10 research, that's plus 25% compared to what he has today. That can be made to work, no matter the other stuff. You can check on the game when that was done as well. Right, I see Fluffy is gone. The chat is picking up. Fluffy's asleep, spam le Marseillais. Alright. So I'm not a Marseillais, but okay. Allons enfants de la patrie. Sure. Le jour de gloire est arrivé. Not yet. God save the Queen. Yes. A bit late by a few years. It's God save the King today as an anthem. It maybe was his anthem, but I'm pretty sure it's not today. Rest in peace, Elizabeth. I consider Rome to be the main land consolidation nation because of those family preferences, indeed, but also because of the starting text. Solver lives in a cave, don't we all? I'm never getting used to them having a king. Me neither. I guess the only exception is when I have an opportunity to gently deride a colleague publicly. Alright, sorry, I needed some time to catch up on chat. It's your own fault for being funny and making me want to do it. Alright, she's moving against this camp. Some determination to do something about it. Indeed, I can only guess that the marauder that was around got hurt by his own aggression on one of his tacticians, so that the 2 attacks were enough to finish them. He's making a quarry. Huzzah! This is the first quarry, and I see a wonder started. This is a hanging garden. I'm slightly confused. The hanging garden is good, but I would have liked to see the Ishtar Gate with all this culture that's not there. The temptation of the 3-turn settler is still alluring, I can see. Honestly, even and make a warrior. Well, I'd get the even slowly the elder shopkeeper, but yeah. Our good Klass koala is a bit settler happy, I would say. Hopefully, simultaneous would apply gentle pressure on Klass koala to play slightly quicker if Rome consistently ends their turn earlier. Marauders are popping up are rearing up their ugly heads. At the moment, 4 strength is becoming the norm in the tribal lands. The not too distant future will be we'll start to see 5 strength units. he hasn't made any definite move towards settling this island or getting there. I would really like to see a Byrim in the work. That would also be a better use of any of these cities. I'm not sure what this worker would do. I assume a barrack, then a bastion. Um, this city would be helpful. The marble would be good. He's getting a warrior here at least. That's already that. A granary, okay, I approve. Granary besides the farm. I would like the farmer as well, though. I don't know what he did with his specialist, the apprentice acolyte, but since then he has produced only civilian units, so there's been no growth yet in the city. Okay, maybe a few turns of something else along the way. Yeah, I think turn timers would improve things slightly. Um, I would well, okay, that's also personal preference. I'm a quick player. I would rather make a few sloppy mistakes and playing two games instead of one. Even if I can identify the mistakes, I self-punish with no undo in single player, so I can understand that that's not for everyone. That I'm probably not representative, but I enjoy this aspect of multiplayer of having no undo and having sometimes mistakes, misclicks, the occasional error that doesn't detract from the game. To me, it highlights from the improvisation and adaptation capabilities of players, and that's a skill as well to be respected, just as blitz chess is a perfectly legit way to play chess. I believe playing with a little bit of time pressure and the timer is very legitimate, and especially when you are taking times of your opponent. This turn as well, Rome has ended that turn earlier. I didn't see when, but definitely before Hatti. And I'll check up on them as a reward. So we got our first spearman. Is working on an officer. He has appointed a strong oligarch. So it's the first specialist, no, the second specialist in the city, but this seems cheap. Oh, it's an early city, so there's an extra 2 base as well. Base civics, I mean. So the officer is done in 3 turns. Very decent at the end of the... Sorry about that. At the end of the day for Champion City. Villa Recini as a scholar. High Wisdom multiplying not much of anything. Yeah, not very... not super convincing. Well, the marble will make the city decent. There will be a modicum of culture from the paganism and the gems. Militant timer. Kitten, mind if I join you for a bit? Feel free to join. I will be happy. Let me give you a call. So that's why I wanted to give an opportunity for my colleagues to join. It's not so often that you get to experience Solver's wonderful voice, but tonight you are in luck.
Let's see if I can figure this out.
I am sure you can. You are live, so depending if you have push to talk, so you'll have to pay attention to that. But I'm hearing you loud and clear, and when I mute my voice, it doesn't mute yours.
What to mute because I'm hearing myself.
Oh, okay, you have the stream open maybe, so a bit of echo. Yeah, Solvercast. Welcome to the stream.
It's definitely a kitten cast. I'm just here to make sure he doesn't fall asleep by I'll be doing a bad joke about every 3 minutes and I hear him nodding off.
But I expect no less, and I'll be happy to have you. You are a guest star, the lovely one at that.
You have to show them the graphs. I mean, as observer looking at the graphs, and the most fun one is the territory word graph. It's such a big disconnect.
Sure. I'll take a look over Rome in general, take stock of what's happening. So he's working on his culture. Uh, yeah, yeah. I didn't quite follow. It doesn't seem to have enough resources to be starting an Stargate, but that would be worse for either player. Stonecutter and Odeon, so working on his culture. Odeon is his champion seat, and he's working on his second barrack. His stone income as well is slowly picking up. He's improving closer to his volcanoes, pushing his borders, and a slight bonus to his Odeon with a hamlet in Aquincum. Picking up a festival for growth on citizens, I expect, in Ascrivium. Did he complete citizenship? Yes, he completed citizenship and is now going navigation for serfdom or colonies, but also for the opportunity to make biremes. That is, if he had any coastal cities. This counts as an ocean, but don't get fooled. This is not very useful to put any bireme in there. He would need to settle this spot, the currently occupied by the Gauls, or this one to be able to produce useful biremes. He chased the scout, and the scout did probably more bad than good by convincing Cliff to settle the statesman marble spot first. And he seems to be very focused on his economy, expanding quite a bit of worker orders on stone, a little bit on iron, and he hasn't started a wonder of his own. And
I
Hatti,
think
yeah.
Cliff is very much into using governors, so his newest cities don't have governors yet, but he's been signing governors quite actively, and right now he has almost 600 civics. Not sure if he's saving them up for serfdom. Have it 5 turns. I think he can afford to spend some civics anyway, so he will have enough turns now to adopt serfdom in 5 turns. In any case, but yeah, there might be some other play here.
Well, he has quite a few governors, right? Yeah, I think only 2 cities without any judge, orator, scholar. Yeah. And he adopted the divine rule as somewhat expected with his following his 4 shrine ambitions, or good cliff in Rome. And Hatti taking. Yep. Sorry.
That is asking what rules he has, and that is what Cliff has. Apparently, just freedom and divine rules. So, still on 2 laws, some way away from the 4 laws. He's navigation and needs 1 more tech. For that, aristocracy. Well, no, aristocracy would not have been the draw pile then.
Yeah, I don't believe so. Hatti is staying on course for Portcullis. They are indeed not making a barracks but a garrison in a weak city, meaning that garrison will extend its territory indeed, but he will not be able to make a stronghold there quickly, because that's one of his cities that are nowhere close to developing at the moment. So of course he can work on that, but that's more delayed. If you're going to make a single garrison, do that in a city that is developing or about to be developing. So I would say the capital is a good spot because there's horses around there. Kusara is a rider seat, is a good spot because it's developing and there's horses around there. Azitiwataya, by comparison, is not that great.
Has placed a pin for the Stargate at Hattusa, so that looks to be how he's intending to fix the developing city.
Yes. I'm not sure I see the same pin.
Yeah, but you have the option. You need to click a worker.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's what's happening. Oh, a proper pin. All right. I love that, but I should pick a worker indeed.
A proper and actual Ishtar pin. Since you watched Alcaraz who covers every tile on the map with pins, so now you have that up
Yes,
into
yes.
Alcaraz.
I do that myself sometimes, but especially in cloud games or server games where where I'm bored and go back and pour over the map. But so I definitely sympathize. I'm not complaining about that. All right, we got a chariot in Atusa. I believe this is a mercenary by the shape of the icon, so presumably coming from an event. There's one about to complete next turn in Kusara. He's finally working on his Elder Shopkeeper in his trader's seat. I'm happy to see that. A marsh farm is in progress to get a modicum of wood. It will get him back to neutral, pay for his granary's upkeep. And yeah, not much is happening between the players. Hatti is content to keep their scouts positioned to keep an eye on their opponent, but not doing anything. So far, moving toward them. Sure, there's room to expand, including along the way. But yeah, and indeed, he apparently seems to be planning to deal with the gold camp in the southwestern corner with his chariot only.
Scientific is complaining that that you need to turn my volume up, so I'm tempted to recommend that you don't, because we can annoy Scientific some more. But
yeah, but I cannot really do that, unfortunately. I'll see if I can boost your voice in Discord, but I'm maxed with audio from the desk at the moment. I can maybe lower my voice.
yeah, that's probably the opposite of what needs to happen. I think. Yeah, I think I'm also pretty much max.
All right.
Discord,
yeah, I'll check if I can boost the level in Discord, but yeah, I might already be maxed, so yeah, maybe that might be a bit better. Can you say something to test?
Let's see. So, Scientific, if you don't like this, then you lose the right to complain about other things anyway. Not that it will stop you.
Is it
One thing I really is it better? Or
yeah, it is better.
better?
I pushed the gain at 139% for you. I'm not super sure about the Discord settings, but the test seems to be conclusive, so I think that's good. Thank you.
That's what we get for accommodating his every request. And, he starts getting really confident.
Yes. Even cheeky sometimes. I would claim. Alright, so Hatti is consistently taking longer, so if your opponent complains a bit, you know what to do. Get a timer. You'll get used to it faster than you think, and it'll help move along with the game. So, alright, we're turn 37, so I'm constantly amazed that we're not that advanced. The game has been going for some time, but there's still a lot in it. We are still early game. I sometimes feel like Rome is lagging behind in tech a little bit, but they're not. They have perfectly decent research. To be fair, their schema is the schema leader is now up to 9 wisdom, so they've caught up to the. Oh no, they've not caught up because Hatti has kept pushing, so there are 9 wisdom to 11. Most of their research on both sides is due to their leader, but that's decent. That's a decent number, 43, certainly for a duel. It's just that that Hatti 11 wisdom is not something we see all the time. Definitely you cannot count on it, even starting with 4 wisdom as a schema. And in fairness, their opponent started with 6 and is still lagging behind significantly. So I'll take the opportunity to highlight that that's one of the main effects of competitive mode, is that attributes effect scales linearly, but without it, the difference between a 9 or previously a 6 or 7 wisdom leader and one that is 3, 4, 5 points higher is huge. Here it goes from 37% crit to what would be 11 wisdom. Let me check.
While you're checking the crit percentages,
Yeah.
I can speak about the global science effect. So right now, the Hatti King is producing 17 science, and in the normal mode, so without competitive, that would be 47 from the King alone. So with all of Hatti now producing 56. So yeah, competitive mode is pretty necessary for tournaments like this.
Yeah, and as a governor, 11 science would be worth almost doubling the science in the city, 92% bonus on the city production, and 9 would be worth 75%, so certainly less, noticeably less, but not completely out of in a different league. It seems there's a
And we have a global draft.
yes, indeed, and it seems there's a tragedy as well. Oh, but it's only a theater story, so not the world tragedy. We'll see if he opts to for food rations or to secure food. Oh yeah, he's searching for food, so maybe why not? That's not always the worst. Much better, not that I can understand either of you anyway. Yes, that was very much the point. We thought about it a little bit, we discussed it in design meeting and say, you know what we are going to do? When Fluffy is going to bed, we are going to have the only 2 members of the team who are not native English speaker, and we are giving them the stream just for scientific. And there we are. So I hope you enjoy the careful attention we've had for you.
Yeah, I mean, the game has been out for a few years now, right? We've released several DLCs, so now there isn't really that much left to do, but we can still annoy scientifics. So.
Yes, yes, indeed. We have to keep. We have to stay occupied after all. So there you are. You're not sure you would be more understandable than you was, Dale? I don't know, Dale. I don't know. If he doesn't want to, if he wants to troll you, he will make it hard. So, but I think it would be cool to have him visit on stream. Actually, we'll see if he can be tempted one of these days. Maybe it's pretty tough to get us all aligned time-wise. We are literally on the opposite sides of the world, but maybe we'll make it happen. We'll see.
And so Cliff did pick the event option, giving him 260 food, which is probably a good idea. His income is at minus 36 food per turn now with the drought active, and that would be quite expensive. He doesn't exactly have a huge stockpile of other resources.
Yes,
and big movement up in the central Danish camp. A warrior attacked, and I did not get a kill on that skirmisher. That still might have been possible with the units here. Skirmisher still around with 2 HP.
Slightly sad. That's why you want slingers, at least a few. Some range you need to be able to finish, and you can protect them with your melee units. I know people are allergic to spending stone on anything but improvements, but a few range units are well worth it. They both went for trading pretty early on, trapping pretty early on, which of course they did. They had hunter starts. Neither of the player opted to pick a nation with hunters, nor even with trapping from the beginning. But they went for it pretty early. They could have had slingers, and our Roman player Cliff was diligent with that, but not so much in Hatti land. So a chariot has joined the heavy chariot in the south, so this will speed up the clearing of the camp. Still too late to prevent an additional unit from spawning. The settler will be ready about time. He's starting to focus on chariots now, so he has one assisting in the north, second one in the works in his rider seat. So he will get more, and a warrior from Ugarit and Hatti Wataya. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that absolutely correctly, of course.
Of course.
And on the Roman side, yeah, especially as they still need settlers, right? So picking the food bonus option to mitigate the drought was probably a right pick. And he's sending a settler towards this spot, the first one that will grant him access to the inner sea, the proper sea on this map. And a handful of units are enough to deal with raids, some provocation, skirmisher annoyingly standing in the forest, and a few goals facing one of his spearmen just south of Aquincum, where he is getting his second apprentice officer. So he has a respectable military production now in his champion seat, and will be able to just churn out units if he can get the resources needed to pay for them.
And we're also starting to see some religious play from the Hatti, as two cities with Judaism and a disciple have now been completed in the trader's seat. So the Hatti, of course, being Hatti, is making excellent civics, 900 in the bank, but no state religion adopted yet. So if you now spread Judaism to a third city, it might be a good time to make that a state religion. No, he currently does have the rather uncomfortable situation of having all three families follow different religions. Relationships still good, but it can be uncomfortable.
Indeed, with the excellent growth he has in his trader seat, I think I would adopt the religion, pick a theology immediately, and immediately get a second disciple, and a second level theology as quickly as possible. Probably opting for revelation, just to facilitate the spread and to have the religion spread quickly. And automatically, that's an early investment you can do, even if you don't have access to monasticism and monks and dedicated improvements yet. But that will pay off later, and facilitate opinion management as well. Yeah, he's opting for a settler instead. I'm not sure I quite agree, just because of scaling costs. This is starting to not be as efficient. They are not taking 4 turns in this city, but disciples are still 2-3 turns. I believe with the little bit of overflow he has accumulated, they were displayed as 2 turns. So that could be reasonably efficient, and he has pretty solid civics production now, because his cities are all making warriors, settler, chariots. Yeah, so he's not spending civics anywhere essentially, and plus 170 is definitely respectable, no doubt. He also has characters with good charisma, a very solid ambassador who's not quite pleased, but still 5 charisma is decent. His chancellor is contributing a little bit as well, and then his queen and 2 of his heirs are pumping civics as well from their charisma. One of his heirs being an heir and an ambassador, so contributing twice.
Something I really like about his play is that his actual heir, the granddaughter, she has been tutored once already, and now she's being tutored again. So Klass is really remembering to tutor his heirs. It's very likely the sort of thing that we might see players forgetting if they were playing with a turn timer. But yeah, we I think we all know it's very easy to forget to tutor even without a timer. So it was nice to see the very consistent tutoring here.
Yeah, possibly. Although you can make yourself a checklist to go in order, just as you can reorder the buttons at the bottom to cycle exactly how you want. And I would say that's a decent recommended order here. First, you deal with your events, because they can impact on everything else, including with our, let's say, asynchronous event management, the capability to know that one of these events will give you an opinion penalty, maybe you want to fight before, then check your military movement or your opportunities for military movement. They should take priority on building, at least assessing if you need to make a military move or not. Then checking your scouts or naval units just to see if you find something on the map, if something appeared, something happened, not necessarily to move them, but at least check them. Then you build, and then you assign your builds and your tech choice, accounting for everything else, with the added bonus that these last point are the ones that you can potentially deal with during your opponent's turn if you're playing in tight or loose. So it can help. This is good habit to go in this order. But if you really want to double down on workers and economy building or whatever, just click on it, cycle through your workers first, do things in a deliberate order, and that will help you deal with your turn somewhat quickly. Trying to go over everything is without an idea of the order you want to do is a recipe for confusion, for stress, and for still missing things at the end of the day. So the borders of Hatti have moved toward the Roman scout faster than the scout has moved toward the border, but now he has an eye on it. Switching to Roman perspective, he has a good idea of the military of Hatti up north and of the border of their expansion. I suspect Hatti has caught up in military power to Rome. They are indeed shown as similar, although it's quite clear that Hatti still has tech advantage. They are shown as learned, and we are going to have a look at the military score and the tech researched momentarily.
The military score is pretty close, 390 for Rome, 320 for Hatti, so it's a Roman advantage, but not a big one.
Rome has taken an advantage early, but then Hatti has kept up more or less. They have reduced the gap and then maintained it more or less consistently. We'll see what they build in the coming turns and all that adjust, but that's comparable. For the first time 2 turns ago, Rome had one more order to spend than Hatti. It's back to the previous situation, so I'm not sure what that was. Maybe he's been producing a decree or something like that. Or Hatti, well, actually the impact is more on Hatti's side, who has suddenly a lot fewer orders available, probably a big build. Yeah, Hatti's piles of worker, yeah, sure. That's what it looks like, I agree, Nestor. And let me check technologies. 15 to 9, so Hatti is still pulling ahead, I would say, overall, in terms of science. Even if the production doesn't show a huge gap, you still accumulate more and more and more and more advantage. The advantage is the area between the curves, essentially. That's what it's proportional to, rather than the difference at one point. Civics is also for Hatti. Yep, sorry.
Since you were talking about technology, Hatti is going more for the religious play, at least that's what I assume, because he got Portcullis research, and he picked metaphysics as his next, which would automatically found Christianity for him when it completes, since he does have 2 Jewish cities, and well, I assume the citizens are there. So that's probably why the metaphysics, I assume it's an intentional play to get ahead more on religion and double down then on the science through that.
Yeah, well, Portcullis, so the Spy Master could do it. It doesn't have great candidates for Spy Master at the moment, though. Are decent one, but there are assigned other jobs. Minus 20 opinion is never really enjoyable, although you could accept it. Okay, metaphysics there's sort of a combination, right, between Portcullis and metaphysics, because metaphysics is on the way to cartography and thus unlocking still research, which can give you additional boosts in research besides agents. But of course, he's ahead of his opponent, so he won't be able to steal research anyway. So I can't imagine that's what he has in mind. So I tend to read it as two different plays. Portcullis maybe to get full council and facilitate his opinions, although if his focus is on opinions, he should have councillors from different families, I would say. Well, his opinion management is decent, it doesn't matter that much. But I would try to optimize that. So I think metaphysics, you're correct, is probably about funding Christianity. I think. Uh, but he doesn't have monasticism. He would already have two religions to develop. And do you really want to go a large religion, invest everything, take metaphysics, found the religion, then monasticism for money on top, then get disciples for 10 turns, and then improvement for 15 turns, and then specialist for 10
Yeah,
more turns? It's long term,
it's
right?
slow. If that is the plan, it's quite slow. Yeah.
Yeah, and
He has now founded another city in the bottom left. He founded a Hapala for the Rider family.
yeah, indeed. And if you're going to go all out religion, why don't you pick clerics? You can plop just one cleric city for divine rule early on. You'll settle them later on. But if you're going to invest so much in religious improvements and everything, get double value out of the religious improvement, get faster disciples so that it's cheap to spread your religion and cheaper to get your theologies. I'm not sure. Oh, commenter. Sarissa should have been a rider city, you were saying? Well, yeah, but maybe. But too late. I'll have a look at Rome with that cheeky comment. Okay, settler, slinger. So he's getting back to a bit more military production. He got an additional spearman. I believe this is a mercenary. No one has any stone or any money. Yeah. Yeah, it's a slow game, I have to say, Alcaraz.
What I'm not sure about is Rome is there building a slinger, but that's a statesman city. And another slinger also in a statesman city. Meanwhile, the champion cities are building a settler and an officer and a festival, so there's no champion military production going on that I can spot.
Yeah, I can see that at one point you might want officers in your champion seat. I really have a strong tendency to wait to have any form of judge available that I can assign there, and then just get my specialists then in a champion city, which might never happen. They don't produce judges easily, and sometimes you just don't get a courtier that fits the bill. But yeah. Using the right city for the right job could be improved on Cliffside. I would say. I agree with that.
That is actually silver there by the most recent Hatti. It has marble and a silver. That's a silver, not an ore.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely can be a bit harder if you're watching in a lower resolution.
Yes, indeed. Well, I agree with the statesman seat personally. The using the with the 2 marble tile that they can get reasonably enough by getting the stonecutter on the first marble and pushing some civics out of that spot. Not that it matters that you push it more, but if you want some urban specialist for some science production, side science production in your non-core cities, that's reasonable. The champion city, I'm not too sure what was the point of funding champion here. Maybe for the horses and the ability to make mounted units eventually. But then I would have the spot that should really be champion is the next goal spot, in my opinion. It's at a choke point. It's defended by a river. You can hold your opponent there, and so I would tend in a duel to keep to assign champion spot preferably toward my enemy, definitely. So with that in mind, maybe this one didn't need to be champion. Could have been statesman just for the orders, or landowners just because they like cities. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think I would have gone statesman because there's already two statesman city around. Not sure.
So interesting on the Roman economy, since there is still a drought is ongoing. This turn, Rome spent 240 gold to buy the missing food automatically, and that's actually, yeah, still the resources are quite depleted. But he did adopt serfdom as soon as he got navigation. So now he has turned navigation and serfdom straight away, which is going, of course, to be of benefit to the orders. And yeah, we do have Ishtar Gate started by Hadruda.
Oh, and I echo scientific. I was half hoping that Rome would snatch the Ishtar Gate from under Hatti's economy. That would have been cool to see, but not today, apparently. So, alright, Ishtar Gate coming, so that will be 8 cities turning into 8 developing cities, 8 more victory points in one fell swoop, 2 more for the Wonders, of course. So that will be 24 victory points, which is well short of any form of victory or timer on the opponent, but certainly the immediate developing unit cities, immediate ability to rush production, and the eight events in one turn that will be super valuable will be strong. So Alcaraz, someone is getting stone. They picked Stonecutter on turn 34, if I remember correctly. And yeah, there's huge value. So yeah, the Ishtar Gate is definitely a super strong Wonger. It would have been good for Rome. It's awesome for Hatti with more cities, with overall healthier looking economy. I would say at this point that wasn't true all along, but today it is. There's a very strong focus on the Delver stuff here, mines and quarries. He's definitely biting the bullet on the flatland quarries. I'm not too sure why he doesn't like these ones. He has tiles adjacent to volcanoes that would be better, and definitely worth more than the adjacency from having another quarry around your quarry. But I don't know. It's a flatland quarry propaganda, maybe, which is good, right? He's getting good results out of it, but there are still more efficient tiles he could use. So, and Azati is not even slowed down by the heals for his walker movement or anything. So, I'm not sure I agree with this choice. Maybe you want to keep the Riverside Forest for eventual lumber mills one day, but at any rate, these 3 tiles are good. These 2 tiles are good, and he has a few more mountainside tiles down south with walkers. He has a large walker advantage, I believe. Let me check the stats. 15 walkers to 9. He definitely has enough walkers to balance out in his territory to make the most of his terrain. More volcano adjacent terrain, more opportunities to get more mountains. If you're going to delay stone cutting for 34 turns, you might want to prioritize marble on top of flatland temperate tile for stone.
Well, one thing I question a bit now is that your disciple has been standing, I think, for 3 turns now, not doing anything, so not being used to spread, and also with well over 1,000 civics in the bank, it could be possible to adopt a state religion and a theology in in one go. But yeah, that disciple has just been there, not doing anything, which is probably not the optimal use of it.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think I will adopt the theology myself just to get a bit more passive spread. So it's true, it's not extremely significant in the beginning in some metrics. So
But,
if he was adopting,
and
but he would go from 5% change to spread to 10%. So he would double his spread. And then if you opt for a third one, triple it from the baseline. So that's still significant. And I think in his position, it would be worth 600 civics to adopt the religion and click theology, or at any rate, if you're not going to use it at all, start the holy site. It will give you an extra disciple. It will give you 2 victory points. It will boost the culture of Kadesh that you've been hurting for since many turns. So, yeah, at least the holy site, I would say, is warranted.
both players just continued their assault on rival sites. So Cliff, Rome, he cleared a goal site, and yeah, the Hatti made some attacks here on the Danes without clearing the site. I think that's one advantage that Rome has been having so far, is more efficient clearing of tribal sites in North forces. Rome and yeah, some
Yeah,
fantastic. Most
yeah,
are actually not. Most are not champion. I think we're yeah no. So these units that have been clearing are in fact
yeah.
champion.
Rome has an
Rome
advantage.
has in general been more efficient in clearing those sites and getting that. I think 4 fewer orders and.
Yeah, indeed. It's important to note that Hatti, Hatti leader, Hatti player, Klass Koala has opted to go for a steadfast schema early on. So it's not quite as good, of course, as Rome's champion, where all units are steadfast, so plus 25%. Here he's getting plus 25% on one unit, and just plus 10% on others, but still, it closes the gap a little bit. And I would say his inefficiency in clearing his camps is more ease than his nation or peaks at the moment. But he's been better at having the settlers on time, but a bit too much in the other direction, getting the settlers too early, keeping them idle for a moment, whereas Rome has cleared camps efficiently, but then been waiting for settlers to be ready to settle cities. Overall, I'd rate the play of Hatti better, more in sync, more focused, clearer. But yeah, there are. I believe we can offer some constructive feedback to our players. A valiant effort going into the stress of playing in public, of playing, I was going to say of playing on the timer, but that's just my script. They're not playing on the timer. We'll have to, yeah. I hope they don't take it wrong that we point at things that could be improved in their play. I'm wondering what Hatti will speak as research. Sorry.
Exactly, it's a new turn. So new research, that's metaphysics. Metaphysics is in, so we'll see if Christianity shows up. There is a raid coming from that central island towards the Hatti. Not a difficult one, but a raid nonetheless. And the heir has become a commander, so a 2-1, 2-2 commander. Pretty good for 19 years of age.
Yeah, so he's Elder. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty nice commander indeed. Yeah, definitely, I agree. I don't even need to comment more. Yeah, his son has died, and he will be inherited by his granddaughter, which is typically great in Old World because that means you have long reigns, better chances to get high cognomens. That's better for your legitimacy, easier to handle opinions. You benefit from whatever relation you manage right for longer. And indeed, he's turning 60 this turn, as is his opponent's leader, I believe. Yes, indeed. Yeah, we have 13 wisdom versus 10 wisdom at the moment, so
Yeah,
they are still
two
fueling their
60-year-old
research that way.
leaders. Both leaders still healthy though. And he has appointed a spy master, Hatti. A very good spy master. He's giving 2.4 orders per turn and 8 times, but he did take a risk because he is ill. So
And power hungry, but yeah, that's a
and
solid
power.
spy master. The plus 2.4 orders is very good. The science is helping, and the discontent is manageable. Especially because part of it is due to illness and might disappear. Uh,
Yeah,
but
I would say it is a bit risky to appoint a nil spy master, maybe, but in this case, the Hadi player is practically swimming in civics, so I think it's the right call, even if he dies
mhm.
in a few turns. But yeah, he had so many civics.
Yeah, I would like to see the theology. So yeah, metaphysics was probably about a religion because he has the ambition. I hadn't seen that. I don't know if he just picked the ambition or if it was there all along. And Christianity hasn't been founded because what? There's not enough Jewish
Because
cities.
metaphysics, no, metaphysics was discovered this turn, so
Oh,
he needs
all
to
right, all
go
right. I'm ahead of myself.
which yeah, then could complete an ambition for him, and also next turn he will be completing the Hanging Garden, so it's looking to be a very good turn for the Hati
Yeah,
player.
good
Oh,
growth,
he's
culture
picking
boost.
monasticism, yeah. So
Mhm.
now that's making sense.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, this is working better together, and is finally getting one unit here, one unit there, but is getting over the threshold where it becomes quite efficient. He will have 3 chariots in the south quite soon. His heavy chariot with his 64% crit leader at the moment. I would actually burn the training to buy Focus 2 and push that even higher. You have Focus, you have the option to get Focus 2. Your leader, well, your general has a plus 54% crit bonus. You can lean into it. It's fine. You're not going to find something much better. I get the
Yes, that
attraction of
is a great
amphibious,
leader.
but in this case, Focus. So
That is a great leader. However, up north, so he attacked the Danish site again and didn't clear it. Will be spawning an additional Dane. Next turn, I'm sure this raises scientific blood pressure to see that site not be cleared and being allowed to spawn another unit.
yes, yeah. I don't know if you could have cleared it this turn, presumably because the northern wire attacked something that
Yeah,
we cannot
yeah,
see. There
he
was
could have
something
cleared
there,
it.
but yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
he could have cleared it with that warrior got assigned a general instead of attacking with 3 warriors would have cleared the site.
yeah, fair point, Alcaraz. When Hatti settles this spot, they might have, well, maybe not quite touching borders, but borders in vision range of their opponent for sure. Um, Rome keeps clearing camps though, and keep playing their turns faster than their opponent. So Cliff is showing patience. So they cleared this goal camp. They are dealing with raiders, no problem in the south with a wire pair they kept around. They are working on a pair of slingers. Yeah, I agree with you. The order is reversed here. I would actually make a marble stone cutter at the first opportunity there. I understand the marble quarry was just finished, so that wasn't quite synced. And just another unit here. But yeah, he needs settlers, so he has to produce them somewhere. And he's lagging in workers at this point. But I must say, I fully understand the why Hatti picked schemers because they made great use of it with the early war against the tribe, the early exploration, the good scouts use, the judicious legitimacy burning. But on Rome, I'm not so sure. If you're not going to buy orders, and well, he did buy a bit more later, in fairness, but it seems very internally focused. Not only his play, but his attention. Um, the positioning of his scouts in particular, well, he is moving forward now, but for a long time in the in the early game, we are going into the mid game actually, was quite a way away. No view on his opponent, no view on his army, no landmark, no geography. You might as well go builder or scholar or something if you're doing that. So I think bring it together a little bit more, your picks and what you want to do. How come my worker can buy our style for Sarissa so they can fully exchange them between cities? What? Sarissa is
But
improved tile, I
then
assume?
Teresa, that one already has a pasture, which is the reason why I cannot exchange
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, one sec, I'm going to tell them in chat.
You cannot chat you as an observer.
I'm pretty sure Discord still works, but
Yeah, Discord still works. One thing for Rome, I'm not sure about here is the Roman fix of ambition. So now Rome has an ambition to stockpile 4,000 food with a current income of +9. Yeah, it's not looking like an easy ambition to accomplish. And also, two elder poets does not look to be heading in that direction. So I think Rome might find itself needlessly failing some ambitions later, which will legitimacy hit, of course.
forestry. Oh, stockpiling 4,000 food. Why did they pick that?
Yeah, exactly. And Christianity has been the new turn. Christianity has been founded, and the Hanging Gardens has been completed. Let's see where Christianity founded. Holy City, Tarhunta, which is right up here. So that city now has two religions. Has had a Judaism, and it is now the holy city of Christianity. The Rider City, so not your most natural family for religious play, but let's see what he does with it.
Well, he can still get another pasture, maybe get a disciple, something like that. I would say if you're going to take all religions, you're not reasonably going to develop more than one in a duel, I would say, or maybe your opponent lets you get away with a super late game, but maybe two at most, but 3 or 4, the value is purely for denial, apart from one holy site that might be 2 victory points. So you don't need a huge amount of disciple or something like that. You'll just want the holy site for the victory points. If victory points ever become relevant, here we are. This still looks like high victory point to me. Yes, it is high point to win. 66 is not very likely to matter unless they really push hard for it.
There is no double victory. So that's not the amazing Hatti leader just cleared camp there in the southeast. A route with 2 crits in a row, which with a 73% crit chance is a little surprising. That's the kind of unit you really love to see.
Yes, sure. It's super enjoyable. The crits, the consecutive crits, and it becomes decently probable with high enough wisdom. But
He's
I'd
going
focus
to
on top.
found there as well. Let's see what he picked.
I think I would even tuck it down myself, but yeah, all positions are decent. You're controlling the pass, and that's what you want. Klass is cooking. Yeah, he's cooking. Alcaraz, responding on an old message, early mythology would be great. I don't know if you can really say early on turn 34. I think it's decent actually. Founding a religion takes effort. Uh, Going monasticism in the not too distant future and having uh, yeah, that could make sense, right? I'm not in love with Hatti's shrine selection myself, but they're definitely not bad, and shrines are just good in general. Agency for tile extension, border extension is already very valuable, especially on a map with significant importance given to naval, right? This logistic line from Kusara to Azatiwataya is already very good. Uh, because that's not how Rome expanded first. They are definitely not there yet. They would have to settle the site they recently cleared. They don't have a settler on hand to do that. He's rushing Master Acolytes at the moment. So sure, he has money, he can and a judge. He can rush it. I'm not sure it's worth the Alpha Order is worth it though. I would rather use a random shrine to or whatever. Hamlet is Rome to extend this territory and get the camps with the Alpha Orders. Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced by the Master Acolyte, but maybe he has something in mind. I don't know. An ambition for two Elder Acolyte, maybe? No, he has an ambition for two Elder Specialists, but they are poets. So it's not the right way to spend your judge rushing aptitude in that context. Get an Elder Poet in your statesman seat, maybe. Maybe one in your capital. You could have been rushing a poet and work toward your ambition rather than spend the money and increase the cost of the specialists you need with specialists you don't strictly need. If we look at it, straight. So, not
Hatti has started several garrisons, so I think the plan there is to time them with a start to upgrade to higher level. But he's on 5 laws, and he will not be having the second tier unique unit yet. I don't think he can make it by the
yeah.
time of the start. He will have monasticism, have a lot more, but still, I think that's how he intends to play it
hmm
with unique units.
And that makes sense, but he could have had unique units way earlier. If he's been developing in his rider seat and his capital for maybe 10, more than 10 turns, he could have had garrisons ready right at that point. And
Yeah,
he might upgrade with his heir, but he could have just built the stronghold way earlier. And as for his other cities, yes, some of them have horses and might help contribute making unique units, but the Ishtar Gate is not going to get any city too strong apart from his capital. And he could have started a garrison there, I don't know, 30 turns ago. So, uh, yeah,
yeah.
I like the play toward the unique unit, but he made the first part of that, getting the follows, look good, look decent. That was well coordinated, but then he didn't follow up with a garrison and stronghold. I'm not sure if he wanted to absolutely produce the extra chariots in his in a rider city for Saddleborn or what was the thinking, but uh, but yeah, a bit of lack of focus on that, I would say.
The Stargate will in fact not even be taking the capital to strong because it will hit strong
Yeah.
by itself in 3 turns.
Oh yeah, so not
Uh,
even.
yeah, there has been a change of Spy Master, so that Spy Master with the 2+2 orders died.
Oh,
And
unfortunate.
yeah, Klass appoints a new one, however, who is even better for science, with +12 science and +60 family opinion. So
Yeah. Plus,
that's a pretty solid one. It's
yeah.
not an order Spy Master, but it's a very solid one. And we're also having, I think, the first ship of the game being built. Azadi Wataya is building a Byreme, which is, yeah, I think the first time the ship is
Yeah.
being built.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
saw and forgot to note
you're
it. Yeah.
pointing to a ruin that has not been cleared there.
Yeah. But Cyan was
Get to
mentioning
that
that
point.
Hatti has revealed one more ruin, so I was
Yes.
pointing at what he was commenting
Yeah.
upon for the benefit of the stream, and indeed, Barim started, and well, not too far away at the moment, so that's good. Uh, let's hope it doesn't get his garrison pillaged uh, while he's clearing his raiders at the moment. Cool order generation, I have to say. I want to have a look at the graphs again.
No, I'm looking at Roman settler situation because Rome has a camp that needs a settler, but there is one settler still 4 turns, and that one is way like down south. I
Yes.
don't see any other Roman settlers closer. So it looks like that camp is going to be sitting uncolonized a while. And Hatti finally clears that Danish
Yeah.
camp. The two players close to one another.
Yeah, I think I would have liked another settler from his capital, even to settle that spot. Maybe from Duro for 7 years. That would be decent as well. To push for that double coastal site um, that Hatti made traders off. He's retreating his scout, which I disagree with. I would like the scout to keep tabs on the coming funding of the Roman city, the Danish side that was just cleared. You want to
The
know
Danish
where
side
your
also
opponent
gave
is.
a free warrior. He rolled a Rebel Gladiators event,
Hmm.
and he got a free warrior and +1 charisma out of that event. So he is now up to 15 wisdom and 6 charisma. That's an
Yeah.
amazing leader. So even in competitive mode as a leader by himself, is serious.
Yeah. 15
Number
wisdom is
8.
it starts to break the game even with linear scaling. There's no
Yeah.
doubt. It's very strong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, so Hatti is at 79 science and Rome is at 61. So the leader is single-handedly providing this advantage. Well,
Mm.
yeah, the Roman leader is also at 10. So, I think when the Hatti leader dies, there will be a very significant time.
Yeah, that will be a big drop, and indeed, they've not had marked difference in science development in terms of city specialists and all that. I'll check how many specialists they've made. I think Rome has an advantage actually, but by yeah, Rome has 10 specialists versus 7, so I don't quite know how many of them are urban versus rural and science focus versus not, but this is looking good. So monasticism is incoming for Hatti though, and if they keep going that way, they will definitely compensate for the leader death sooner or later. They're getting some extra ranchers for more orders. They are really working on the order economy at the moment. So I believe those garrisons are not really about unique unit timing. Maybe they are, but they're also just about order economy. Is ramping it up quite strongly at the
Yeah.
moment.
He
Getting
has a good order generated.
getting garrisons,
And
getting pastures, getting ranchers on horses. He's quite
and
focused
getting
on
an
that.
agent network now, getting an agent network in the
Oh,
border
good.
city of Rakini, so he sent his scout in 2 turns ago, actually.
I don't see his visibility in terms of agent network. Oh, he has one in Roma. Okay, he hasn't appointed
No,
any
no,
agent, but
he,
yeah.
he, he's in the process of adding a network. Oh,
Mhm.
he added an agent network 2 turns ago, so he'll be getting the scout back in the border city.
Yeah.
In Zilla, where Cliff has opted to build walls. So it's quite a defensive posture.
Uh huh.
Or
Sorry.
it's a champion city, so with walls it will be practically immune to attacks by lower level units. But maybe
Yeah. Yes, Cyan. I'll try
Cliff.
to keep track of the each target completion and to show the pile up culture event. He's funding more cities as well, so I've lost track at this point, but
Yeah, we will not be showing the
10.
Iftar City Culture event because it's another 8 turns, and I think either our players will break by then, or we will, disappearing for a meeting in any case, even if you are not.
The meeting is about to start.
No,
I
in
haven't kept track.
that's 2 in 40
Oh
minutes.
yes, all right. I was planning to
I'm
do
just
the
saying
I was planning to do the
I'm
same
just
and
saying
join
it's
you.
8
So
turns until
yeah.
they start. But
Yeah, I'm afraid I agree. We might not get 8 turns in 40 minutes at this rate. So yes.
yeah, probably not. So considering the restart the players had, the game has been going on for about I think 4 hours after they re-rolled.
Yeah.
Let's see that disciple in Kadesh is still there, and he is starting to disappoint me a bit. Yeah, it's been there for a long time, and there is still no state religion adopted.
Yeah,
Either,
I'm not sure
so.
if he decided, or maybe he's waiting for. Maybe he wants Christianity because it has an innate 5% more spread chance, or he's even waiting for monasticism or something like that. But at least get the holy site. It's worth victory point. It's a urban improvement. You get another disciple out of it. You already have multiple Jewish cities. You can get monasteries with those disciples when you get there. You don't have to
Yeah, at
adopt the
this
state
point, it's
religion to do that. But just making a disciple to forget about it is not really making anything to forget about it is not really convincing. So
yes, he's had a few turns of unrealized profit. Some stuff out by now out of that disciple.
I didn't see him, but he got horse archer, free horse archer from an event, I assume, and was lucky enough to be able to get Eagle Eye there. So in the south, that's a full cavalry force, including 3 cavalry units, none of the same type. There's a heavy chariot, a horse archer, and a chariot there.
That was the Horse Lords event, which I believe was right from destroying the Numidian tribal site.
Possibly, I don't know them by heart, I'm afraid.
You don't know this. We only have like 4,000 minutes. You don't know them by heart.
Well, you know, at one point I almost all knew them by heart, but that was a long time ago. I believe we are more about, that was early access. When I was playing obsessively, when I was playing as much as Sion is playing today. And
when we didn't have 4,000 either.
But then we changed so many of them, and we adapted, and we introduced so many. And these days, I tend to play more no event, if I can dare say that on stream. So I'm definitely not keeping track of the evolution
you can
anymore.
definitely say that on stream because I implemented the no event mode, so I will take that as praise. So.
All right, I love it very much. So it kicks my ass, to be clear. It's damn hard, but I enjoy it very much. So I guess it fits some of the way I like to play, which is quick and unforgiving. So no event, no undo, and maybe I lose the game or I get to a point where it really looks lost in 3 hours and I'll try again. But yeah, that's a way of playing. That's probably not for everyone, but I like it. So yeah.
I'm very impressed by the Hatti expansion here. So he's now on 13 cities. He's building on settler there that will be ready to force, so that will be 14 cities, given the Numidian site he just cleared. So when the Iftar hits, that should be you should be at least on 14 cities.
Yeah,
if he
should be
if
fireworks.
he's better at clearing camps, he could manage 15, which I'm not sure will happen. But 14 or 15 city Iftar, that is massive.
Yeah, yeah, that's going to be impressive, and I believe we can start to identify that as one of Klass Koala's favorite styles, going for very diligent, very focused expansion with well, whatever small remarks we made about the way he's going about it. He's definitely he very much enjoys it. That's very clear. He's getting a second disciple in preparation for monasticism, but I don't think he values the holy site or theologies. Um, but I think at least for just for the few natural spreads, theologies are well worth it. And if you're going for them, do it early. That's more efficient, simply.
Yeah, theologies are absolutely worth it.
Yeah,
Interesting
yes,
development in Rome. Rome has so several interesting developments. One interesting development is he got forestry, so now he picked aristocracy, which will have in one turn, and that will grant him his fourth law. So next turn Cliff can reach the all-important four threshold. And a more interesting development is that there is now a power-hungry Grand Vizier in the not on the throne, but in the Vizier position.
Oh, and we have a commander,
And
governor by default everywhere. So engineer. Oh, engineer. I would like
he
to see
does
machinery with
have
that.
he does have governors in most cities, so the Grand Vizier is only in control of 3 cities. Now, one of them is the champion city still building the settler, so that's not a Vizier build. And in 2 cities, the Vizier is building now slingers. I think we've seen that Viziers, if you just give them the opportunity, they will build slingers until the end
Yes.
of time.
I've experienced that. It has calmed down a little bit. They are not as focused on military. They are not military archetypes in particular, but this one is a
Yeah,
military archetype, a commander.
exactly. This one is the commander, so it will be slingers until Rome wins, or Rome loses, or the Vizier dies, whichever comes first. Slingers. That's how Viziers do things.
Yeah, indeed. And yes, this is a beautiful flatland quarry spot, scientific. I know you'd love it. But please don't convince players that it's better to do the flatland quarry thing that use good quarry tiles first. There are at least 3 disputable that are not worth saving for lumber mills or anything, adjacent to volcanoes that are quite good there. If you're going to get this quarry, surely this one is worth it. Uh, that should be alright. That's far away from all these workers, but is not lacking in workers, right? He has many of them everywhere.
There is never enough stone, however.
I would go for the yeah, but I would go for the mountain side and volcano side quarries. Yeah, sure. 200 stone per turn is 200 stone per turn, but 230 stone per turn is 230 stone per turn. If you can get it with the same effort, just get 230, right?
Yeah, we have a state religion finally. So Hatti have adopted Judaism as the state religion.
Okay,
Is,
good.
yeah,
And mythology as well.
and mythology.
Yeah.
And mythology. Mythology, state religion, and it's currently in 2 cities. Let's see if there's some more actual. He is building another Jewish disciple, which he can build in 1 turn. So Kadesh is an awesome growth city.
Yeah, it's growth trader. He went and took a fisher as well. He still doesn't have his elder shopkeeper, which makes me slightly sad. He could appoint a judge.
Another disciple.
He could appoint a judge there to get it pretty quickly. Oh no, the city is still weak. Sorry, scratch that. And he's getting additional disciples. I would probably push it with a tier 2 theology. Straight after, probably Revelation, just for the spread chance. But Gnosticism is quite good, but it commits you to doctrine. So
let's see what he prefers. He could go for a theology, or he could, since monasticism is in 2 turns, he could immediately go for monasteries, which wouldn't be bad either because he does have a science advantage for those monasteries. Can increase that advantage. So,
Yeah, Garrison
turn.
done. His other economy is still booming. He's using most of his workers now. Maybe not all of them, but quite a bit. And yeah, yeah, strong player
I'm,
overall. I agree.
I'm checking every turn if the leaders are getting ill or doomed because they're both quite old and surviving. So the Hatti leader is ill, but yeah, still on the starting leaders at age 2. Really
And they have the Book of
interesting.
Secrets, bonus opinion. And yeah, I haven't double checked, but that can only be Jay's writing, I believe.
Yeah, it's from the items, so fairly new.
Yeah, and yeah, Jay, I don't know if you're listening. I love your writing. Keep at it. And that's all I'm going to comment. All right. Okay, low intensity fighting in the south of Rome. I'm going to catch up on Rome a little bit. Scholar assigned to. I'm not sure why. Oh, all right. Good civics multiplier. So with a marble stone cutter and surely another one incoming in a not too distant future. That definitely makes sense. Hope you caught it on stream. I'm not sure what I was supposed to catch on stream there. Do you have an ID, Cyan? I don't know if you're observing on your side. Or you, Salva?
Yeah, I unfortunately don't. I'm looking at the Roman out, so I assume it was maybe a super critical 15 criticals in a row or something. Unfortunately,
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. He's up to 73 critical chance on his chariot. Big focus too, another case. Uh, but he has an attack system, so I don't believe that was that.
so, yeah, it's not that. Will hopefully will realize.
Maybe an event? I don't know. I have no idea what they are referring to at the moment. And yeah,
I am
apart.
though looking. Oh, yeah, right here around Adana. So the Roman scout is, so from Cliff's perspective, I think he's seeing build-up prayers, which I don't think they're intending to attack, but of course Cliff cannot know that. So I think seeing that is maybe making him a little bit nervous about a push.
Yeah, so I explained Klass Koala that you cannot buy tiles from another city if it's already improved. So they express disappointment, but they immediately ask if they can destroy it themselves. If they can destroy it themselves, sorry. But unfortunately not. I really like Orator Airs for white gameplay, sad face. It can be great for white gameplay, but you have to focus a bit more. Maybe not grab 3 religion, just 1. There are plus 40 for all religion opinion orators, so that with pile up, that will help with your family opinions. That will include paganism, so that can work. Apart that, I'm looking at Rome at the moment.
And we do have a second theology effect for Judaism, although it's dualism. And with dualism, which of course can be a very nice synergy when you have many religions, especially if you get some lucky rolls. Currently not providing lots of advantage. Currently the dualism is just providing a total of 3 science.
Yeah, that's the early advantage peak. And the big perks is that it doesn't really require a temple. The major bonus is science per religion, and somewhat opinion from tolerance. But yeah, I'm usually not too fond about it, but mostly because to me it feels like he's going for something of a long play already with religious play. Then he adds up
Yeah.
that he
And
wants 4 of them. He wants them all.
well, he will be
So
getting the four
mhm.
religions because Anichaism, it needs
Yes,
monasticism, right,
yes,
which he
yes.
gets next turn, and then it needs one of two Zoroastrian Christian, which you'll also have. So it's inevitable that you will have four religions founded.
Yes, indeed. So, but all the religions, it's already a bit greedy, right? You don't need all 4. Uh, Maybe you can, if you really want to go that way, pick clerics. I mean, that's exactly what they are good at. So, yeah, I'm not.
It's definitely greedy, but
Mm,
the Hatti play has been greedy as
yeah.
much as Scientific is now banging at the walls, demanding the players kill some stuff. But we're seeing some greedy play and definitely a good example. Well done, greedy play. So he's also cleared that other Danish side that puts the two players very near, and it does mean that he will be on 14 cities
Hmm.
when it's
Yeah,
probably
it's
50.
13 cities to 8. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure or in range is Cliff. It doesn't have as good an order economy. It's decent.
The military graph is, however, neck and neck.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised indeed. Let's check. Yeah, with a bit of an advantage to Ati, but the shape of the curve is a bit concerning, right? So the Roman graph is looks almost linear overall, while the Ati one doesn't. He's
Yeah.
accelerating, and he went over, and the trend doesn't look good. Let's say so.
Ooh, oh, he has the mathematical breakthrough,
Oh,
which gives a strong event in Hattusa, which gives an option for 340 science. Uh,
oh, yeah,
it's
that will accelerate further, and yeah,
a, a lot, yeah. He will, of course, pick that, so we'll see what he does, which tech he gets for free. If he gets. Okay, he has picked Phalanx, and he has not clicked the event yet. Phalanx.
yeah. So after all this work
Instant.
on stone, he's ignoring the 200 stone. That's interesting. You could pick that, take the free science,
Yeah,
and
so he took the
uh,
science now,
and
Phalanx.
phalanx.
Phalanx is
So yeah,
yeah. And next, I guess it will be military drill, which so he has the overflow. Yeah,
yeah,
he
yeah.
has the overflow to also complete that. Really nice with
Hmm.
2 techs and 2 turns.
Yeah, I was
So
afraid he would pick the bonus, then the research, and of
yeah,
course he doesn't lose any research, but he doesn't complete 2 in the turn, so that's a bit less efficient. All right, good, good. Each target
yeah.
in 5 turns. All right. So I'm.
Rome has 4 laws and is getting rhetoric next turn. So also Rome, I think, is trying to get to those 7 laws. So the science, well, will take some time to get to 7, but rhetoric. The Romans count
Yeah,
now inside of the latest city watching.
but
watching
it feels like Hatti wasted entirely the advantage of reaching 4 low early, like by maybe 30 turns
yes.
over their opponent. They could have done stuff with that. Now they are going to like meet one another, and the gap is much closer. Technically, Rome could be making unique units at the same time as Hatti. So okay, it's cool to get an early heavy chariot for tribes clearing, but it's not as clear and decisive an advantage as you can milk out of it for sure. So.
Yeah, of course,
Mhm.
there was no timing, definitely. And now that the two players have borders almost touching, we
Mhm.
can see that the two border cities are building so walls on either side.
Yeah.
So To me, that's indicating that again both players are going to prefer staying in their own territory and continue
Yeah,
building up instead of going for a clash.
I would not hesitate 1 second to just kill this chariot. It's not everything, but you can stand both your spears on your urban tiles. I've not so much
Yeah,
of fast attack that you're afraid of everything else. One of them is a tactician and will retaliate against any counter attack. You can put it close to the other tactician just to deter it from attacking. You have additional units in the north. I will move in as Cliff. I think from what he's saying, he might be intimidated by having seen mounted units and all that, but he has exactly what he needs to
yes,
deal with
yes.
it, and he should just kill these arrogant blue minis.
And
I think that could
I
work.
think Cliff is also a bit intimidated maybe by seeing the score, right? The Hatti has an 8 point advantage and is learned, but also for those tiers. So if he wanted to, he has two candidates for commanders. Oh, he is moving in.
All right, it's
He's
good,
moving in with
cool
a
to
spear.
see. Yeah, and he uses spear from the north. All right, I was
It
afraid
attacked
he
once,
would be
attacked
afraid of
twice,
leaving his unit. Yeah, yeah, and
attacked twice. Let's see, the third one moves in. So that is good to see. There is
yeah, I would have liked to see the
you can hear
tactician.
scientific breathe a sigh of relief, and of course they will now switching to tight
Yeah,
burn mode.
yeah, it's striking to me, so that's maybe something we should. I don't know. I'll leave it to Cyan to see how he wants to coach people and everything. But it's striking to me the insane priority players are giving to guarding city sites. If you're leaving a city site, I mean maybe it respawns next turn or something like that. Maybe there's a good reason here. But if you're leaving a city site to strike at your enemy is not going to force march settle around you. He's going to have to deal with your units. You can block his movement with Arc, it's not that trivial. And if you prioritize getting this city while you're thrashing his unit, he's prioritizing wrong. So the movement of your slinger here doesn't matter nearly as much as using your last spearman and doing stuff with it. So uh,
So you maybe want to switch to the Hadi also. Oh no, now it's
uh,
Rome's turn.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's Rome's down now.
yeah, all right. And let's see what continues. Does he send in more troops or not?
Yeah, I wish to
He
say
does. He
for
does. There is the third tier.
good,
So nice
good,
tier
good.
attack.
Just an announcement for the stream in general and for you, Scientific in particular, if you're listening at the moment. Uh, I will leave. I will interrupt the stream in 5 minutes, probably 10 at most, for professional reasons. So if you wish to take over the stream, start over another stream, that's something you can do. Feel free to communicate about it in the chat. We direct people to make another announcement to say that you pick over. If you don't, it's fine. I'm just warning so that it's something possible that you know about and can decide. Or if anyone else wants to pick up the commentary of the game, there's no password. You can join as observers. Uh, Either reach out to the players or I will tell them myself if you give me your name. I'm happy for the continuity to be preserved, but yeah, I won't be able to stream beyond 5 to 10 minutes from now, and
Yeah,
I hope
I would
that's
say I would
acceptable.
say 15, but I would also say tell the players to take a break and make
Yeah,
another session.
but
So
I will
yeah,
need a short
our
break
viewers don't miss
myself.
that.
I will need a short break myself before jumping
Oh yeah.
into meetings. So that's why I'm allowing myself
Then
10
I think
15
you
minutes.
should be you, you should hint to our players that the streamers are running out of steam.
Yes, yes, I will message them. So I have a chat with them, and I'll be typing for a second. So I'll mute myself 1 second. I will try to make sure not to forget and message them. So I'll let you comment on the action. I'm not sure how much we'll see. We're just switching
Yeah.
turns to Hatti. So
Let's see, it is now, Hatti turn, so the free military drill is complete, and king does lose one discipline. The king is ill again, which is 66, not a surprising doctrine picked as the tech. So, as we were just discussing some time ago, he is going all out on religions. Monasticism acquired recently, and now going for doctrine. That's a very, very heavy religious play. No action yet here. The battle. He's managing his empire. But with 32 orders, definitely have quite a few options on how to respond. Upgraded a spearman, a warrior to a spearman. Byreme is that he is choosing to send some of these orders to move the Byreme as well. Not sure where that is going right now or what the idea with that is. Would be really nice now to have that chariot with its insane 73% crit. Up there, it couldn't route the spears, but it would be scoring crits. And there he's a very lucky crit, so he attacked with Tactician Spear. It scores a crit even though it was an 8% chance. He does kill one of Cliff's spears, and then he heals that warrior, so and heals the other warrior as well. He's not going all in, but he did kill a spear, and now two of his frontline units here are tacticians. So he is encouraging Cliff to fall back, taking a look here with his scout to see if more is coming. We'll see. I don't think this will turn into a very big battle. I expect this will stay a pretty small skirmish like this, with Cliff pulling back next turn, as I'm getting the impression the players are being quite cautious. But we'll see. We'll see if I'm right about that. What else is Klass doing now? Auction. Several oligarchs and other important Hatti characters are ill, but family relations management is super solid so far. A bit more healing in the rear as well. Units were damaged by an earlier raid in the marsh. So Numidians down south
all right.
cleared
Sorry for having abandoned you there.
Well, I'm somehow managing.
Yes, I'm following with my ears only. So yes, it looks like it will stay a skirmish. Apparently, Hatti was right in time to upgrade to spears, which should deter continued assault from home. And
Most likely, yeah. And did clear another camp, so down south, so maintaining that very strong expansion advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very strong.
The economy is also going strong.
Yeah, it's intriguing. It's the first game I've witnessed in the context of this tournament, but I've been far from seeing them all yet. Where we've seen very little conflict and a slight advantage, I would say, for Hatti from the early game that has been steadily growing and growing and growing. It's been accruing quite slowly but quite regularly as well. And now there's
Yes.
many different advantages from the wonders, the victory point, the number of cities, the overall production, that even with slip-ups and mistakes, I think it will be very, very hard for Rome to catch up. It might still need times for something very decisive that convinces the player that the game is decided, but it's very clear from observer perspective where the advantage is. So
some nice tile buying there with colonies near the ship, so we'll probably be buying towards that urban tile, and then connecting more towards the front line with an anchor can help with. So I like that. Yeah, I agree with what would have been saying. It's not a huge advantage anywhere, but Hatti is like trying to snowball, so it's slow but steady, going strong continuously, and definitely was an advantage at this point.
All right,
now it's
so
Rome's turn.
Yeah, we are going to end the stream in like 1 minute. Scientific
Okay,
tells
yeah.
me that he will be able to take over and stream as part 2 from his channel, so Scientific's channel. So just 1 second, I will grab the URL and paste it in the chat. If anyone is still with us at this hour, but I want to facilitate continuity if we can. Just 1 second.
Yeah, we do still have some viewers, though.
Fantastic.
Lower, given time it is.
Yeah, fair enough.
Scientific
it's only been 5 hours.
Have fun streaming Scientific, and good luck. Don't try too hard to be as awesome as Kitten, because you cannot be, but
and and thank you very much, Scientific, for taking care of our viewers and our community, and ensuring, well, I guess maybe closure is too far away yet, but continuity with documenting what's happening with the tournament. Thank you very much. I will redirect you all to Scientific's channel to check on the
we can
continuity
check
of the
up on
match.
him again in like 40 minutes or so.
Yes, true. And then be viewers. We can potentially do that. All right. Also,
the players are still going.
thank you very much, Sion, once again. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining. Thank you very much for playing, participating, shoutcasting, streaming. The participation in the tournament goes right to our heart, as Mohawk as well. We are thinking of what maybe we can do to pay back for the community. It's too early to announce anything, but thank you very much once again. We'll meet you again very soon. I will be streaming. I believe I have 2 matches scheduled over the weekend already. And obviously we will see you again next week, and in continuity through the community tooling, Discord in particular, in the coming days and weeks. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great day. Bye bye.